dream. All right. Good evening, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started with Tech Thursdays, episode 134. This is going to be a continuation to what we talked about a few weeks ago. I think it was like 3 weeks ago. We did another look at X870E, all the motherboards in depth. However, there are some newer X870E motherboards that are starting to show up now. Some of them we still don't have all the info on, but some of them are shockers in how good they are. So we are definitely going to revisit X870E on this stream. I was thinking about talking about Thunderbolt. We might talk about Thunderbolt a continuation to a live stream that we did, I think 4 weeks ago. I think the X870E stream was 3 weeks ago. I think last week we did like DRAM prices, and then the week before that was NVIDIA AI deep dive in hardware infrastructure, and then before that was the last time we talked about the motherboards. So we're going to talk about motherboards again. I'm going to do a new tier list video because everybody has been asking me for a new tier list, updated tier list video. They're like, hey, there's new motherboards. Can you revise the list? So as you guys can see, we have the list back a year later because there is a lot of new motherboards, as you can see down here. So all the motherboards that I reviewed or evaluated last year for the launch of X870E are still in their respective positions for where they ended up based off of the deep dive analysis of every single one of those at the time. But as you can see down here, there is a whole lot of new motherboards that got added throughout the course of 2025. And some of them were actually from the very tail end of last year in the course, in like the Gigabyte Extreme AI Top, for example. So we're going to go into all of these. I think this is going to be the stream for the people who really, really want to know about motherboards. Because if you're buying a motherboard, you're locking yourself in to a platform for a relatively long time, especially in the PC space, especially with things like DRAM prices, memory prices are going up, so DDR5 is getting more and more expensive. Do not expect to find any Black Friday deals for DDR5 this holiday season. Same thing with graphics cards. Graphics cards are going to become more expensive because they use VRAM. And any electronic device that has or requires memory to function, it doesn't matter what kind of memory it is. It could be DDR5, it could be GDDR6, GDDR7, HBM, DDR4, although, DDR4 is kind of going away at this point. Anything that uses memory chips is going to go up in price or is at risk of trailing up in price. As you guys know, last week we talked about DRAM, DDR5 in particular. The price has gone through the roof. It's skyrocketing because of AI demand. It's going to be stuck like this. Analysts are saying for the next 4 years. Yes, 4 years. So nearly half a decade, they're saying DRAM is going to be in demand because of all the back orders on the AI stuff, like all these AI accelerators from NVIDIA and all the servers that need the memory and all the switches that run the network fabrics and the routers and everything. All of those devices require memory, all of it. The GPUs, everybody knows all those GPUs, those Blackwell B300, B200, all that stuff, all those things. We did a deep dive on this topic 2 weeks ago on Tech Thursdays episode 132. So if you're interested in understanding why is RAM so expensive, go watch Tech Thursdays episode 132 because you'll probably learn more from that live stream than you wanted to know. Just saying, because of how in-depth that... There were people that were commenting, watching that, saying like, this is so beyond outside the realm of tech enthusiasts. This is like pure hardware fanatic levels of deep dive information on that episode. So that was probably one of the rarest episodes of Tech Thursdays. That was like a Tech Thursday special edition, episode 132. So check that out if you want to understand why DDR5 is going up in price. Graphics cards are going to go up in price. SSDs, M.2 SSDs, flash storage is going to go up in price because these storage arrays for AI workloads need read-write optimization, so they need object-based storage, which is driving the demand for NVMe flash memory, not old hard drives. No one cares about spindle hard drives when it comes to AI. They want NVMEs, and that is going to cause a massive increase or Alternatively, it's going to cause a massive shortage for consumers. So if you're someone who has not upgraded your PC and you were thinking, oh, I'll just wait until Black Friday to get a really good deal. Well, guess what? You're not going to get a really good deal because DDR5 is through the roof and it's only going to keep going up well up until April of next year. We haven't seen the upper bound limit on these price increases. They are still climbing. I've been watching the price of SSDs because I've been trying to get an SSD, but every time I look at it, the prices are going up like 20 bucks. There was one that I was looking at to get from Micro Center this week. It's now up $30 from a week ago. So I'm thinking, you know what? I might have to disassemble part of my NAS and start putting 3.5-inch hard drives back in my desktop computer because I'm not going to pay those type of prices for NVMe. So for SATA-based NVMe, like 2.5-inch SSDs, that kind of thing. Because that's where we're going now. It's like, oh, well, if NVMEs are too expensive, I'm just going to buy SATA SSDs. Well, that doesn't really work when the SATA SSDs still use the same flash NAND chips. So we are trending back to 2021. Like we're going back in time technology-wise in terms of, you know, the scalpers are going to come back. They're going to start coming out of the woodwork. They're already standing by the sidelines, sniping up all those DGX Sparks and trying to flip them on eBay for like, I don't know, like $5,000, $6,000 or something. So GPUs, man, GPUs are going to go up in price next year. Yeah, basically the only thing that's not going to be impacted by this are going to be like computer cases and liquid coolers. So I mean, like, if you need an AIO or a air cooler or a new case, you know, those type of things are not going to go up in price. You might be able to find a good Black Friday deal for a computer case or any of those type of things. But if you're thinking you can save money on DDR5 during Black, no, you're not. Unless you bought DDR5 this past summer, you're going to be paying way more on Black Friday for DDR5 than anyone who bought DDR5 like 2 months ago. Just saying. So, because I've seen the supply chain, it's not good. It is not good at all. So, we're not going to talk about memory on this stream because we're going to talk about a more, I would say, popular topic in the sense that people don't really like to talk about RAM. Regardless of what's going on with RAM prices right now. But we're going to talk about motherboards because motherboards are not going to go up in price. In fact, if there's one thing that has fallen in price, it's motherboards. So if you're looking to get a new motherboard, like if you're looking to get an AM5 X870E, the best motherboards on the planet right now for a really good deal, now is the time. Now is the time. So, because all DDR5 is way up. All of it. It's only a matter of time. It's a mathematical certainty looking at the supply chain situation on a lot of other devices. I mean, because the thing that triggers the shortage, or what notifies me of the shortage, isn't necessarily the price of RAM in like a Micro Center or a Newegg. It's actually the fact that you look at lead times for actual devices, like pre-built devices. For example, if you're looking at servers, you're looking at routers, you're looking at switches, firewalls, IT infrastructure devices, the lead times on those things are going way up. We're talking like at least 160 days. Lead times are going up. That, and you know what's causing that? DRAM. It's all memory. So all those things, all those network devices that the people need for the AI, they're ordering them in bulk. They're ordering GPUs in bulk. All those things need to be built. That means Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung have to prioritize fulfilling the DRAM orders for those customers. So that means the random guy who wants to build a gaming PC from Micro Center or Newegg or Amazon, those guys get shafted because those guys are put on the lowest priority. Those guys are at the bottom of the totem pole. compared to like the guys who are paying like, I don't know, like $6 million for NVIDIA GPUs. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm Samsung and someone's gonna write me a check for $6 million in RAM chips or whatever, and then versus some Joe Schmo who wants to buy like some Samsung JEDEC 4800 for their gaming PC or whatever, you know, like, who do you think I'm going to prioritize? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's pretty cut and dry. So that's the reason why RAM is the situation that it's in. So anyway, motherboards. As you guys can see, I recreated the tier list that I've done a year ago. It's a little bit more than a year ago now, because people have been asking me again and again and again, can you make an updated video? And I'm like, yeah, I'm waiting for the new motherboards. And we got the ASUS ones. We got some of the MSI ones, but not all of them. And we got some new Gigabyte ones and some new ASRock ones. But the ones that are really shocking, which we're going to talk about, we're going to save the best for last, is going to be Gigabyte. So let's go ahead and start with MSI. MSI has introduced a whole bunch of new motherboards for X870E. Some of them are basically repeats of the single chipset X870 that they just basically added the second chip, or the second X8, or the second Prom 21. Promontory 21 is the name of the actual chipset. So as you guys know, if you've watched this channel in the past, when we covered X870, X870E, and the previous generation motherboards, you would know the difference between X870 and X870E. So let me do a quick refresher here for the people who are new, so that they understand what we're going to be talking about and what we're not going to be talking about. So there are two chipsets, or two types of mother. Technically, there's three. Let's go and put the other one on here, but we're definitely not going to talk about B850. So there's three modern ones. Now there's also some older ones, but X870E is 20. So you got to remember the lane count. It's all about the. I don't like how I did this. Let's do this a different way. So X870E, what does it offer? PCIe 5.0, 24. Let's do 24 lanes. PCIe 4.0, 12 lanes. PCIe 3.0, 8 lanes. These are the lanes of X870E. Now, X870, PCIe 5.0, X24 lanes. Yeah, that's correct. PCIe 4.0, here is where it is different. Here it has 8 lanes of PCIe 4.0, and PCIe 3.0, it has 4 lanes of PCIe 3.0. So you look at this. The thing about them that is identical is the Gen 5 lane count. They are equal in Gen 5 lane count. So if you're trying to save money by going with X870, the thing that you're going to miss out on, physically, you're going to be missing out on 4 lanes of Gen 4 and 4 lanes of Gen 3. So you get half of the Gen 3 and 1/3 or 2/3, I should say, of the Gen 4 lanes that you would normally get on the full implementation, the dual chipset X870E. So these chipsets are pretty much, well, I guess we can, for completion purposes, let's do B580. I don't really care about B580 because this is a tech enthusiast channel, so tech enthusiasts, as far as I'm concerned, should be looking at X870E, otherwise X870. But this whole stream is going to be focused on X870E, so we're not really going to focus on the other two. But just for completion, B850 has PCIe 5.0, 4 lanes. PCIe 4.0, 28 lanes. And then it has PCIe 3.0, 4 lanes. So the only difference, if you look carefully, you'll see the difference between all three of them. We just talked about the differences between these two, but the differences between these two are very, very straightforward. Basically, you subtract 20 lanes of Gen 5 and you add those 20 lanes to Gen 4. And that is the difference between X870 and B850. Now, the problem with B850, and the reason why we don't talk about it that much, is manufacturers end up cutting corners a lot on B850. So what do I mean by that? Well, you might end up getting a 6-layer PCB. What that means, you can't run stuff like DDR5 8000 if you wanted to do that. You can't really do that on B850 because the board's just not high quality enough. It's too noisy. There's too much electrical interference. You're going to be missing other premium features. Typically, B850 motherboards do not include things like postcode debugs. So if you're ever having trouble trying to figure out why your computer's not booting, good luck, because you're in the dark with literally nothing but like 1 or 2 lights that blink. It's like, okay. And if you have an ASUS motherboard, it's even worse, because ASUS motherboards don't even allow you to plug in the buzzer or the little case speaker that you can plug into the motherboard, so you can at least get the beeps that can indicate a problem. For example, 4 beeps means your graphics card is either not connected or dead, things like that. You don't get access to audio diagnostics with ASUS motherboards these days. So you have to rely on visual cues only. And with B850, you're typically going to be missing a lot of visual cues, which is another reason why I don't like to recommend these, because if you go with B850, you either really need to know what you're doing, which seems counterintuitive because typically people who really know what they're doing tend to go for a higher end motherboard because they're trying to go for like a special build, like a specific build that they're trying to do. But B850, it's not awful. It's just something that I personally wouldn't spend money on. Like if I was going to do a new build, I would just save up money until I could get one of these two rather than buying something like this. So that's the reason why I never bothered to do a tier list video for B850, because if I'm not going to buy one, I don't really see the need to try to tell other people to buy, you know what I'm saying? So it kind of goes against the principles. But if you guys really, really want to see a B850 tier list or more content on B850, let me know, because I can cover it. It's just I just don't really see the need to do so, because I don't like recommending products that are either missing what I consider mandatory features like postcode debugs, for example, or just certain things that prevent you from being able to do things that you wanted to do or you didn't even know you wanted to do on day one. So that's the reason why I don't really pay attention to B850. But okay, so X870E, X870. So AMD has a chipset here. This chipset is called PROM21. If you're ever looking around in the BIOS, you might have stumbled across something called PROM21. It stands for promontory. That is the name of the chipset that lives on the motherboard. So PROM21 or promontory 21 is the chipset, and the way it works is it has different PCIe interconnects all around it for various different devices to connect. So this side, the top of it will have PCI 4.0 interface with 4 lanes available. The left side, well, this is the way I orient it. If you rotate it, it's going to be kind of different. But just to keep things consistent with how I've done block diagrams in the past, you can see it has 4 lanes that face the north, what traditionally was called the north bridge, and then you have PCI 4.0. You typically have 4 lanes over here, and then you have 4 lanes. Well, I don't want to confuse people, so because of the way I normally draw it, so I'm going to write it differently. So we're going to say PCIe 4.0 X8 lanes over here. PCIe 4.0 4 lanes over here. And then the final side, PCIe 3.0 4 lanes over here. So you can see 4 lanes, 8 lanes, and those are the Gen 4. So that is what? 8 plus 4, that's 12, plus 4 more, that's 16, and then you have 4. So 16, each Promontory 21 for AM5 motherboards. Doesn't matter what motherboard it is, it could be any one of these 3 motherboards. All 3 of these type of motherboards have at least one Prom 21 soldered onto them for chipset purposes. So B850 features one of these. X870 also features one of these. X870E features 2. That's a really big 2. 2 of the Promontory 21s. That's what makes X870 unique. Because the way AMD designed this, because of the way it's oriented, you can physically daisy chain them together, which means you can literally do something like this. You can literally do that. Or this. Or maybe this, but that would be kind of dumb. So you could do this. So look at that. We just daisy chained another one to this one. So remember, this is the PCIe 3.0. 4 lanes. What is in the middle here? PCIe 4.0 X4 lanes. So if you interconnect 2 of them together, they're communicating over that 4-lane PCIe 4.0 interface. But remember, the lower one is basically identical to the top one. So now we have more lanes. Now we have PCIe 3.0 X4, PCIe 4.0, 4.0 X, well, it would have been 8, but it ends up being 8. This guy ends up being 4, actually. So this is wrong. This is 4. If you connect them. Basically what you're doing is you're taking 4 lanes from this one and 4 lanes from this one, and you're connecting them together. You're bridging them together. So this becomes 4 lanes. All right, the easiest way to fix this is to delete that and then rebuild it. So PCIe 4.0 X4. All right, so 2 of them together essentially allows you to create a more capable motherboard, a motherboard with more lanes. Now, you could keep adding them. Now, there's a really, I think AMD kind of limits it to 2 for a reason. The main reason is because at the end of the day, you're sending things upstream to the CPU on a 4-lane Gen 4 interconnect, which is basically the equivalent to Thunderbolt 5. So you can think of it that way. This is basically almost, I don't want to use Thunderbolt in this context because we're talking about PCIe, which is not Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is similar. Thunderbolt uses a bunch of tunneling for PCIe. But if you think about the theoretical bandwidth interface that Thunderbolt is using, it's a PCIe 4.0 X4 interface. So you can kind of say, oh, it's kind of like a Thunderbolt 5, but not really. It's more bandwidth than Thunderbolt 5. It's more like Oculink, actually. It's like internal Oculink with none of the overhead, or none of the losses going across an actual Oculink cable. So that's the amount of bandwidth that the chipset has on the upstream and downstream from the CPU. So this is X870E. This is what gives us, if you do the lane count, we're supposed to have 12 lanes of Gen 4. 4 plus 8 equals 12 lanes of Gen 4. And then 4 plus 4, Gen 3, equals our 8 lanes of Gen 3. So that is how you get the lane count on a PCIe or an X870E motherboard. So there you go. So this is what we're going to talk about now. X870E, because X870E there's some really good deals right now, and there's also some really, really good new motherboards that change up the tier list a little bit. So let's talk about that. Okay. All right, so the tier list, if we're going to leave all the existing ones where they are, then we have to kind of build around them. So let's start with MSI. Now, MSI has some new motherboards that are already available for purchase, but they've got some other ones that are for some reason delayed. They keep getting delayed. I don't know why. One of them is the Ace. So the X870E Ace, we don't actually have official pricing info and that sort of thing. There's no product page from MSI. So it's hard for me to want to rank the Ace because there's no official news. Like, there's the leaks, there's the preview, press content and footage. But basically, at the end of the day, the Meg Ace is a cheaper Godlike. It is a Godlike without the gimmicks that the Godlike includes, like the dynamic dashboard, the LED panels, all that stuff. The Ace doesn't have any of that. The Ace is also a standard ATX form factor. And the Ace doesn't have a fifth M.2 drive, if I remember correctly. Although it might have one on the back, though. I can't remember. I think it actually has one on the back, so maybe it does. But I don't know where to put the Ace, other than to say that it's either going to be an S or A. I mean, it's going to be one or the other. It's not going to be an S+, because it doesn't do anything outstanding. It doesn't go above and beyond. Basically, all it does is allow people who don't want to spend $1,100 for a Godlike, and they don't care about the dynamic dashboard, it allows them to buy essentially a Godlike for less money. That's basically what the Ace is. So, I don't know. To me, it's either A or S. I mean, it's one or the other. So it's basically the same. Functionally, it's the same as the Godlike, but we don't have any official info, so I don't know how to rank it. For now, I'll probably just put it in A for now. But it could go up, but it's either going to be A or S. It's not going to be B, it's not going to be C, and it's not an S+. So, okay, I see people in the chat are saying it should be A. Okay, so we're just going to put it there. All right, next up we have the Edge. So this is the MSI, I believe it's MAG or MPG. Let me see, because I do have all the links open. So, yeah. MPG X870E Edge TI Wi-Fi. So this one, I tried to find what is actually different about this versus the Tomahawk and the Carbon. So this is different from the Carbon in that it's cheaper than the Carbon. The Carbon is MSI's $500 motherboard, or like $450, $500, that price range. So this is going to be around more like the $300 to $400 price range. And the main difference between this and the Tomahawk is this one is fully toolless M.2 heatsinks. It has the same sort of quick disconnects on the left here that are missing on the Tomahawk. The Tomahawk only has a quick disconnect for 2 of the SSDs. The remaining 2 in the middle require you to use a screwdriver. So because of that, the Tomahawk is not 100% toolless when it comes to installing SSDs. And that's the one thing that the Edge does differently. If you go and look on the gallery, you go look at the data sheet and everything, they're basically the same. Like if we bring up the Tomahawk, we go to the gallery, we bring up this thing. So you can see they both have clear CMOS, they both have BIOS flashback, they both have the HDMI, they have the same exact layout for the USB. Oh, there is another difference I just noticed. So the Tomahawk only has 2 10 gig type A, the red USB ports, and it has 3 5 gigs. So the blue is slower than red. So if you're trying to understand how do I figure out what USB ports to use, So the black USB is the slowest one. Then there's the blue. Then there's the red. So the red is the fastest. It's a 10 gigabit type A USB. Blue is in the middle, that's 5 gigabit, and then black is super slow. It's like, I think 540 or 480 megabit per second. It's like the really, really slow USB 2.0. That's the black one. And then USB-C, the minimum speed on USB-C, like they have one USB-C 10 gigs. So this USB-C is equal to the red USB ports. And then they have, like every AMD motherboard has, that's X870E, has two 40 gigabit USB 4 in the USB-C form factor. This is what we'll talk about in the second half of the stream if we have more time to talk about Thunderbolt, because that was what I initially wanted to talk about. People want me to talk about motherboards, so we're going to talk about motherboards. So the Edge has 3 more 10 gig USB Type A, and it also has fully toolless. You basically push and lift for all 4 of the SSDs. This is different from the Tomahawk. The Tomahawk, you can see, has, you can push to remove the Gen 5 SSD up here and one of the Gen 4 SSDs down here, but these 2 in the middle are secured by 4 screws. So you need a screwdriver to remove this heatsink versus on the Edge where you don't have to do that. Also, the Edge has larger heatsinks in the middle versus these small ones on the Tomahawk. So overall, the Edge is like a slightly more upscale version of the Tomahawk. So overall, it is objectively better from a feature and functionality standpoint. Now, the difference is going to come down to price. If you can find the Edge on sale, and there's a good chance you'll be able to find one on sale for the price of a Tomahawk, or even lower than the price of a Tomahawk during the holiday season, the Edge is what I would recommend. Looking at this actually reminds me of my old X370 MSI motherboard from way back in the day. So yeah, the Edge is really good. Edge is white too. It was okay. Yeah, if you're doing a white build, the Edge is definitely a really good choice. So yeah, a lot of USB. It's got a 5 gigabit LAN on the back. This is a good one. So I'm gonna say the Edge is an A. It doesn't do anything. So okay, there are things that you cannot do. The reason why people are like, how come it's not S? Or how come it's not S plus? Well, the reason why it's not S is because these motherboards have things that this motherboard doesn't have. For example, this motherboard doesn't have a E-clock generator. There's no external clock generator. So if you have an X3D CPU and you want to do base clock overclocking to improve the single thread performance of your X3D CPU, you can't do that with the Edge. You can definitely do that with the Godlike. So that's the reason why this cannot match the Godlike, even if it's a lot cheaper, because it's just functionality-wise, it's inferior. So that's why it's stuck at A. But it's still a better value than some of these other motherboards. In fact, some of these old ones probably need to be changed. For one thing, the ProArt should be in B for obvious reasons that I stated last year. But we'll reevaluate the older ones later. But this one definitely is going down here, I can tell you that. All right, so Tomahawk. So the Tomahawk, this is one of those motherboards where they basically, so last year, MSI launched the Tomahawk as an X870 motherboard. So you guys, we just explained in Paint the difference between X870 and X870E. Now, a few months after the launch of these motherboards, MSI went and made a dual chipset version of the Tomahawk, and that is what this motherboard is. This is the X870E version of the Tomahawk. And the really nice thing about this is this thing, I think it's like around $300, which is great value. Or it's like I don't know, let me see. Do we have a thing here? Let's look. So 260, well, let's see, that's like a sale price. At that price, this is really good. But the problem is there's a whole bunch of motherboards on sale right now. So I don't know how we're going to objectively classify that. But for all intents and purposes, the Tomahawk, the X870 Tomahawk was an S tier motherboard in the X870 class. Now we're looking at X870E. In X870E, the competition is far more fierce. Far more fierce. This thing has to do things that are so outstanding to make it really stand out. And in the X870E world, it fails to do that. So this is going to be another A, as far as I'm concerned. It's greatly priced. It's still great value, but it's not really, it's not doing anything super out of the ordinary. There is one trick that it does, which the Edge also does, which we haven't talked about. One of them is the fact that these two motherboards from MSI and also the A's, all three of these motherboards, including the Godlike, have the ability to share the bandwidth and down mux on the last two lanes of the Gen 5 CPU lanes. And what that means is that these motherboards from MSI, the Godlike, the Ace, the Edge, and the Tomahawk, all of them have the secret technique of bandwidth sharing. Not lane sharing, bandwidth sharing. So that means you can run two Gen 5 SSDs without affecting your graphics card's 16 lanes. On the Godlike, the Ace, the Edge, and the Tomahawk. Notice I specifically keep calling out those. That's because MSI has a Carbon as well. The Carbon does not have this secret ability. So because of that, the Carbon might actually drop one tier. But we'll kind of leave it here for now. The Carbon, though, I like the Carbon more than the ProArt. So the ProArt definitely is being dropped to B. The Carbon might be able to stay in A, but it doesn't have the same abilities of MSI's other lineup. So it's kind of in a tough spot. All right, so actually let me put this over here so it's not in the way. So now we have one of MSI's new motherboards that is brand new, and that motherboard is none other than the Tomahawk Max Wi-Fi PZ. This motherboard is very unique. If you look closely at it, you'll notice what's special about it. What do you guys think is special about this motherboard? Just by looking at it. You know what I do when I look at a motherboard? The first thing I do, I eyeball this screw hole in the top right to tell me if it's ATX or ETX or EATX. This is an ATX motherboard. Just by looking at it, I've never seen it in person. I already know it's ATX. Number two, the second thing I look for, I glance down and I look for the postcode debug. I can see the postcode debug. That's a thumbs up. This thing's already it hasn't screwed up the job interview yet. It's still a candidate to get hired. So it's ATX. It has a postcode debug. I can tell it's either white or silver. We go look here. It has the exact same layout as the Tomahawk, the regular Tomahawk. But there's something special about this brand new Tomahawk Max PZ. If you look carefully, where's the 24 pin? Where's the plug for the CPU? The 12 volt EPS? Where's my EPS plug? Where's my 24 pin? Where are my fan headers? Where do I plug in the front panel headers for the power button? The reset button? I wonder where they are. Could it be that this motherboard is known as a BTF motherboard? BTF. Oh, look. A Tomahawk with the back connectors. So this is a BTF motherboard from MSI. Mag Tomahawk Max Wi-Fi PZ features a back connect design which relocates the motherboard power, CPU, basically all that stuff. The 24 pin, the 4 SATA plugs, all the fan headers, the front panel headers, the speaker header, everything. The EPS cables, they're all in the back. So if you are looking to do a back to front or BTF and you want a white motherboard, this is a really good one to consider. It's just as solid as a Tomahawk. But this one's going to be an A or S. It might be an S just because there's so few BTF motherboards. It's great for white builds, which is going to limit it. A lot of people don't. Most people, I would say, would prefer black motherboards. But some people are looking to do that white build. So it stands out in that regard among BTF motherboards. So it gives you a white option for a BTF. It's BTF. It's MSI's BTF. We haven't really seen a lot from MSI in that area. So I don't know what the price is on this. We could probably find out. Does Micro Center list this motherboard? Let me see if we sort by MSI. No, they don't have it yet. All right, this one's one of those new ones that's rolling out. But this is either going to be A or S. Because it's hard for me to, well, because BTF is so rare, it's almost like I'm using that to justify being S. But I don't know. What do you guys think? You think this is S or is this A? It's going to either be the same as the regular Tomahawk, or it's going to be, because it's more rare and it's more innovative, I guess, it would be higher up. Does this have asynchronous? I don't think it does. I don't think this has asynchronous. No. Does it say it does? If I had to guess, it doesn't. What is this dedicated overclocking chip? Oh. There you go. Okay, it's S. It's S. It has base clock overclocking. That's something that Tomahawk doesn't do, and it's BTF. I'm pretty sure the regular Tomahawk doesn't have that. That right there puts it in S. It's BTF, and it has the base clock overclocking. This doesn't have it. I tested the Tomahawk last year. Not the X870E version, but I tested the Tomahawk last year and it didn't have it. So, yeah, that's really nice. That puts it one step... Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's definitely... Okay. So this one's going up here. Yeah, okay, so MSI has a new one that goes in the S tier, and it's not the A's. Alright, but the one that MSI has that is not going anywhere is the last one. What was this one? Oh no, there's two more. So now we get to the ones that I don't actually recommend. Unless you're trying to build some kind of weird enterprise, like VM box or something on the cheap. So the Pro... -P Wi-Fi. So this is similar. This is basically the same thing they did with the Tomahawk, where they gave it a second chipset and called it X870E. They did the exact same thing to the Pro -P. This one, though, unlike the Tomahawk, this one is lacking things that make me not like this motherboard. Number one, I always look up here. I can't find the postcode debug. I look down here, no postcode, no postcode, no postcode debug. That automatically means that the highest this motherboard can score is a B. It can't score any higher than a B because it doesn't have a postcode debug. People are probably thinking like, man, you're putting way too much emphasis on that. Well, okay, next time you're having trouble trying to figure out why your computer's not posting and you don't have a postcode debug, or you do have a postcode debug, if you have a postcode debug, you'll thank me later. If you don't have a postcode debug, well, then you'll understand why I'm not ranking this very high. All right, the other thing is no heat sinks on 2 of the NVMe drives. And it looks like it can only fit 3. Yeah, it can only fit 3 SSDs instead of 4 SSDs. So 3 M.2s on an X870E. If this was X870, I'd be okay with that. But this is X870E. It's X870E, and it's like, okay, there's only 3 M.2. So they better have a good excuse for why there's no 4th one. So they better give me dedicated X4 lanes that don't share any bandwidth. Otherwise, it's going to be scoring in C. So Gen 3, one lane. Gen 3, one lane. Oh, those are basically useless except for sound cards. And most people don't use sound cards. All right, so PCI 4.0, 4 lanes. Okay, so instead of giving you a fourth M.2, they give you a dedicated X4 from the chipset. The problem with this is, as we'll see later on, there are competing motherboards that give you the X4 and also give you the option for extra M.2. So because of that, this guy's not going to score very high. This is an example of a C tier X870E. If this was X870, this would score like in B. But because this has dual chipset and they're not really thinking outside of the box in significant ways, and if we go back here and we read this, it doesn't have the special ability that the Tomahawk has, meaning it's similar to the Carbon in how it does the lanes. So you can't, for example, you can't install a Samsung 990 Evo Plus in here and get it to run 2 lanes Gen 5. It won't do it. Not on this motherboard. So because of that, this motherboard's not going to be scoring very high. This is for someone who wants to do like crypto mining, and they're going to run like riser cables or something, USB risers off of those X1 slots or whatever. And, you know, they're going to run like 4 GPUs in there, and they're going to run riser cables. So this is very niche. This is not something for gamers. This is not, I mean, gamers don't even know that this is a motherboard that they should avoid. But yeah, that's not a good motherboard. And then this guy's the same one. So this one right here is another new one. The X870E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi is basically the same thing as the Pro. I couldn't find anything different comparing these two motherboards other than the aesthetics. The heat sinks are different, but the thing is, like this guy, oh, I found one difference. This one has heat sinks on all the M.2s. Okay, so it has heat sinks on all the M.2s. No postcode debug, so this guy gets to go to B. There, that's the difference. The difference between these two is this one has heat sinks on all M.2s. This one only has one heat sink. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, this kind of needs to go down here as far as I'm concerned. But to me, it's like you want to differentiate these two. The difference is this guy's got heat sinks and this guy doesn't for all the drives. So does that justify B tier for this guy? I don't know. That would kind of push Valkyrie to A, though, because Valkyrie is significantly better than this. It's definitely better than that. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess that's the new list right now. All right. Mark is saying C. You think this is C? I think it's C because it has similar... It's basically the same as the Pro, except it's got heat sinks. I mean, it still doesn't have a postcode debug. It has the exact same back layout. So, it's going to be a lower cost. I'm willing to give it the benefit of the doubt and say that, hey, a gamer on a budget for a first PC build, this is definitely a better choice than this. At least you get to cool all your M.2s, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to put it here. Okay, so that covers MSI. So you guys can see MSI rolled out a whole bunch of new motherboards. People are saying C. Man, you guys really don't like this motherboard, huh? All right, we'll just put it there for now. All right, so that's C. I moved Valkyrie up. Valkyrie, compared to some of these, is actually quite good compared to these three, which is why I kind of want to put this one up here. This one does have the dual X8, which is becoming more useful, so that's going to stay up here. Okay, so now we are going to move on to... Well, actually, yeah, let's move on to ASUS. ASUS introduced 4 new motherboards this year. And the nice thing about ASUS is all 4 of them are available for purchase right now. Unlike MSI, you can't buy an Ace, you can't buy this BTF thing yet. These 2 are still coming. Oh, and there's another motherboard that I didn't even mention. there is a special godlike. There's a new, like, Super Saiyan 3 godlike. It's called Godlike X Ascend or whatever. Max or something. Like, that thing is... It's still, like... It's not out yet. You can't buy one. So, MSI has, like, some new motherboards, like these two. And then they've got, like, two that you can't buy yet. And they got, like, some special godlike that's also not available yet. So, yeah. Unlike MSI, ASUS, you want a brand new ASUS motherboard from 2025, they got it. They got the full stack. They got 4 new motherboards. 2 of them are in their flagship brand known as Crosshair in the Republic of Gamers. For those of you that don't know, the Republic of Gamers is ASUS's premium brand. I know it says Gamers, but the problem is it's too extensible. So what do I mean by that? Let's go back to Paint. So ASUS branding. ASUS has ROG, and you know, people who don't know what that means. It means the Republic of Gamers. This actually, what it really means is that it's for power users, overclockers, and then gamers. In that order. So ASUS is focusing on power users for the most expensive motherboards, overclockers for also very expensive motherboards that are fully featured for overclockers. One of them is excellent for overclockers, and it's a brand new one. We'll talk about it shortly. And then there's the gamers. So the gamers are basically like the Strix people. So they have 2 different brands within ROG. So how do I want to do this? Let's just redo this. So let's just say we have the ROG. This is ROG, Republic of Gamers. And within the Republic of Gamers, there are 2 spheres. There's 2 camps within the Republic of Gamers. There's 2 groups within the Republic of Gamers. You guys know what these are. Who here knows? What are the 2 sub-brands within the ROG when it comes to motherboards? Well, we're talking specifically about AM5. If you know them, go ahead and list them out in the chat. There's 2 categories. There's the real deal, and there's the I don't know. Disconnect got him. Disconnect got it on the first try. Crosshair, that's what I want to see. Crosshair, that's what I want to see. Strix, that's what I don't want to see. Okay, so you got Crosshair, thumbs up. Strix, thumbs sideways or down, depending on the model. So you got Strix and you got Crosshair. Crosshair is the true enthusiast flagship. This is how it was meant to be. This is engineering motherboard at its finest. That is Crosshair. If you want the pinnacle of performance, of precision engineering, all of ASUS's R&D, everything that they have in the, 20 plus years or whatever, maybe probably more than that, I'm pretty sure it's more than that, years of developing motherboards. Crosshair is the brand. Crosshair is where it's at. Crosshair is the enthusiast mecca of the ASUS motherboard brands. So if you hear someone say they have a Crosshair, that someone's like, oh, I got a Crosshair. The enthusiasts, everybody, they're like, that's what's up. Oh, snap. Oh, snap, it's a Crosshair. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is where it's at. If someone says they got a Crosshair, respect to them, because that is the true enthusiast platform of ROG. If someone says they got a Strix, nah. Strix is for the mainstream. Strix is for the peasants. Okay, now I'm really sounding like I'm dissing Strix, so I shouldn't say that. But Strix is the mainstream. Strix is for the quote-unquote gamers. The League of Legends people. I don't know, like the people who play Lost Exile or MMOs or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like that's Strix. So the enthusiasts, the power users, the business owners, the overclockers, Crosshair is for them. ASUS probably likes, this is like an excellent sales pitch for ASUS, at least for Crosshair. But I got disconnected for a second there. I had to reconnect. Okay, like I was saying, Strix is more mainstream. Strix is going to tone it down. Strix is going to be more for the people who they're not really like super into overclocking or tuning their system, but they can still do it. They can still do it with Strix. And we'll get into that. There is one motherboard in the Strix family in particular that is very good. Very, very good. But for all intents and purposes, Strix is where you'll find a lot of the cost cutting, the more like budget friendly options. That is going to be Strix. Okay. Oh wow, what happened to my window? Oh, there it is. So Strix is going to be the budget line. So anyway, so there's two camps. There's premium, that's Crosshair, and there's like mainstream, that's Strix. So that's kind of the key takeaway here. All right, so let's go to the tier list again. Okay. So, like I said, 4 new motherboards. 3 of them are ROG. One of them is not ROG. One of them is a tough series. So the first one is the big one. The first one is the ROG Crosshair Extreme. So let's go to the front page here. Crosshair Extreme. This is a $999 motherboard, or a $1,000 motherboard from ASUS. This is the flagship. This is the highest end AM5 motherboard that they offer. Brand new for 2025. It did not launch last year. Last year, their highest end motherboard was the Hero. This one takes it a step further. So, number one, let's go look at the gallery. Looking at it here, I immediately look at the top right. I see the screw hole. I see that there is more motherboard to the right of the screw hole. That immediately tells me this is an EATX motherboard. This is EATX, extended ATX. So already, anyone who has a computer case that can't fit EATX are automatically disqualified. Or depending on how you look at it, this motherboard is disqualified for those users. Now, it has a whole bunch of dip switches down here at the bottom. This is for overclocking. This is for things like slow mode, kind of like MSI's Memory Try It, although that's an MSI thing. You can see it has the DIMM.2 here. I'm not a huge fan of the DIMM.2. I prefer to have the NVMe drives go directly on the motherboard. So I don't see the DIMM.2 as a good thing, because it's another point of failure. It's another thing that you connect into the motherboard, which is not always preferred. It's better to just have the NVMe ports, the M.2 ports natively on the board. One thing that this motherboard does that's unique, it has slim SAS. Yes, it has slim SAS. This is the reason why I said earlier when I was hyping up the Crosshair brand that Crosshair is for the power users, the true tech enthusiasts, business owners, people who are going to actually make use of enterprise grade features like slim SAS, for example. So it has slim SAS. This is the reason why the ProArt is like a fake professional motherboard, and the ROG Crosshair is the real deal. So if you're a business owner and you want like a high-end motherboard for like your home workstation or server or whatever, Crosshair is where it's at from ASUS. Not ProArt, none of that nonsense. No, this stuff is the real deal. Postcode debug right at the top. Start button, flex key button. It has Core Flex. It has all of ASUS's proprietary technologies. It has asynchronous E clock, so you can do, if you have a 9950X3D, for example, this motherboard was literally made for the 9950X3D, the fastest gaming CPU, the fastest overall CPU on the planet. So this is the motherboard that's meant for that CPU from ASUS. So you got the dual 12-volt EPS cables, slim SAS down here, 4 SATA, and then you can do two Gen 4 M.2s on the DIMM.2. You have a Gen 5 right here with the super thick heat pipe. So they corrected everything that was wrong with the Hero, with this new Extreme. And then there are 2 more M.2s on the board. So the one thing, so now there's things that I don't like about the board. I guess the last thing I'll say about the board that's good, 2 things. They fixed the problems with the Hero. So the Hero, when it launched last year, it left a lot to be desired in the sense that it didn't have 10 gig LAN, despite being a $700 motherboard. And it also has it only had 6 Type A USB ports. Here, the Extreme has rectified that error by adding 2 more Type A 10 gig USB A. Also, every single USB port on the back is 10 gig or better. So you have 8 Type A 10 gig, you have 2 Type C 10 gig, and then you have the dual 40 gigabit USB 4, which also support DisplayPort alt mode over integrated graphics output. So you can run a total of 3 monitors off of integrated graphics, 1 via HDMI and 2 from these USB 4 ports. So you can run triple monitors off of this motherboard. I should probably specify that every one of these motherboards, not just ASUS, every single X870E motherboard allows you to run monitors off of the USB 4 ports, or they should. If they're not following the spec. So, but I'm just pointing out this, you can run 3 monitors with no graphics card off of the back of this motherboard. 10 gig plus 5 gig, so I like to see that. It matches the Godlike in that regard. Wi-Fi 7 full fat 320 hertz, 320 megahertz, Wi-Fi 7 optical audio, gold-plated audio, all that stuff. Clear CMOS, BIOS flashback, everything that you expect is here. Full backplate as expected. It also has some kind of fan. Someone said it's for the VRM. I really think it's for the RAM. It's for memory cooling, although I'm not 100% sure. But it includes a fan for overclockers. So this motherboard is $1,000, gets you 10 gig LAN, and it gets you dual graphics cards, Gen 5 X8. So it does have the X8 slot at the bottom, which is very, very nice. The X8 Gen 5 slot is becoming more and more relevant with the moving trend with all this AI stuff. And what's becoming less relevant is the X4 slot, which is still for a lot of people very, very useful, especially if they're trying to do like some kind of weird mod where they want to put like Oculink on their PC or whatever. So not that Oculink is something that you should really mess with on a desktop. It's more of a mobile focused technology. But it's nice when motherboards still have that. It's just, I think that if I had to choose between the dual X8 setup versus the single X16 plus an X4 dedicated chipset one, I would, in this day and age, I would take the dual X8 and share the lanes, because that's just more lanes and more bandwidth. And then not using those 4 lanes for the PCIe, now that gives you either another M.2 or something else, provided that the motherboard manufacturer actually uses those lanes. So what ASUS has done is they put that on the slim SAS. So if we go here to the tech specs, it has all that good stuff, Nitro Path that ASUS has, Core Flex, all the good things, USB 4, blah, blah, blah. Okay, here we got the dual X8, and then 1, 2, 3. So you got 3 Gen 5 M.2s. However, just like the Hero, the 2nd and 3rd Gen 5 M.2s take lanes from the graphics card slot and the 2nd PCIe slot. So that means if you want to run if you want to max out all the M.2s on the motherboard, you can't run a second GPU, and your GPU is only going to run at 8 lanes up to Gen 5. So that is something to be aware of. So there is lane sharing on a $1,000 motherboard. But they're giving you your DIMM.2, so that's your extra 2. So if I personally was going to use this motherboard, I would tell you exactly how I would wire it up. This is what I would do. I'd put the GPU in the top slot, give it 16 lanes. I would put the primary SSD in here under this big heatsink. I'd install the DIMM.2. I'd put my second and third SSD on the DIMM.2 because those don't take lanes from the GPU. So that gives me 3 SSDs. And then the fourth SSD, I would install using the Slim SAS, using a U.3 connector adapter to a 2.5-inch adapter for my NVMe or my M.2. I have a whole YouTube video on how to do that. That is the way I avoid lane sharing on the Hero. So my GPU runs at 16 lanes. I still have 4 M.2 drives in my PC. And that PC is the PC we're streaming on right now. So if you do the same thing with the Crosshair Extreme, the only problem is, like I said earlier, you got to use the DIMM.2 and you got to use the Slim SAS if you want to avoid lane sharing, and you still want to run 4 SSDs, NVMe SSDs, I should say. Now you could also buy an expensive enterprise class 2.5-inch SSD and run Slim SAS to it. That's totally viable as well. However, that's going to be very, very expensive, especially with the way NAND flash prices are going. So, but yeah, this is a really good motherboard. It's very, very expensive. There are things I don't like about it, so, and I just pointed those out. So I would say this is going to be no higher than S, if not A. One thing I don't like about it, the biggest drawback of this motherboard, besides the price, is the lack of an X4 slot and the fact that you can only do one physical SSD, like one physical SSD on the motherboard without the DIMM.2, without lane sharing. I don't like that. At least with the Hero, I could do two SSDs, or no, three SSDs. You could do 3 SSDs on the Hero with no lane sharing. The ROG, you can only do 1 with no lane sharing. If you want to add the second and the third, you are forced to use the DIMM.2. So if you're okay with the DIMM.2, which, I mean, I would have to use the DIMM.2 if it was my motherboard. I'm just saying, I don't like the fact that ASUS didn't put that many M.2 drive slots on the physical motherboard. They put 3 on there, and 2 of them share the lanes with the GPU. So I'm like, the Hero did the exact same thing, but the Hero also put 2 more that aren't sharing lanes. So it's like, I don't know, man. ASUS was like, hey, force people to use DIMM.2, but on Hero you don't have to use the DIMM.2. So that's the reason why. And the Hero is cheaper, so it's like, I don't know. It's like, do you really want 10 gig LAN, or do you want all the SSDs minus 2 with no lane sharing? Or to put it another way, you can max this thing out 5 SSDs, and you don't have to worry about installing extra peripherals. Like, you don't have to do, DIMM.2 or whatever, like on this guy. You know what I'm saying? This guy, I can run 5 SSDs plus Slim SAS for a total of 6 SSDs on the Hero. The Extreme, I can do a total of 3 SSDs, then 2 more off of DIMM.2. So that gets me 5, and then Slim SAS gets me my 6 SSD. So that means the Extreme and the Hero are equal to each other in total SSD capacity, but the Extreme costs $300 more. So it's like, you gotta think about it this way, guys. Like, is $300 more worth 10 gig network? Is it worth $300 for a 10 gigabit LAN on the back of the motherboard. Because that's essentially the difference between the two of them. At the end of the day, for most people, is 10 gig LAN worth $300? I don't think so. I don't think so. You can easily go and buy a 10 gigabit add-in card for less, way less than $300. So the Extreme is kind of weird, man. Like, I want to like the Extreme because it represents the pinnacle of the tech enthusiast community, but there are just things about it that miss the mark. It's better than the Intel version, and it's weird because when we talked about Z890 last year, the Z890 Extreme is even stupider than the AMD one. Like, the Maximus Extreme, physically it looks identical, except ASUS screwed up so bad with the Intel version of this motherboard that it isn't even funny. It's so bad, guys. Like, if you compare the Maximus, the Z890 Maximus Hero to the Z890 Maximus Extreme, the Maximus Hero is the smart choice. Unless you want to pay like $300 for a 10 gigabit network card, but you lose a ton of USB because let's go look at them. Z890 Extreme from ASUS. This motherboard was the biggest flop in the history of the Z890 launch. It's one gimmick. It's a $1,000 motherboard. This is basically the Intel equivalent. For those that don't know, Maximus equals Crosshair. Maximus is the Intel Crosshair. Crosshair is the AMD Maximus, for those that didn't know. Okay, so the Maximus is basically the Crosshair, but it's the Intel version. So the reason why this motherboard failed so hard is, are they going to hide the back? They're not even showing the back. That's because they're embarrassed. There's no picture. You can't find the picture. They don't want to show this. They don't want to show you this. They took the picture away. They took the picture away because it's embarrassing. You can kind of see it. Can I zoom in? Oh, it won't let me zoom in. It's so embarrassing what they did with the Intel. Intel got so gimped, man, on the Z890 in some of these boards. Like, it's one of these, like, what were they thinking, man? So the Intel version of the Extreme, everyone knows that the Intel Arrow Lake has integrated Thunderbolt 4. But if you spend, get this, you spend $1,000 on a Z890 Extreme, and you don't even get your integrated Thunderbolt 4 ports because ASUS doesn't expose them to you. They're not even on the back of the motherboard. So it's like you bought a $1,000 motherboard and you can't even use the Thunderbolt 4 ports that are in the Arrow Lake CPU. It's like, what are they doing? Instead, what they do is they give you Thunderbolt 5. But the way they give you Thunderbolt 5 is they have to put the Barlow Ridge chipset soldered on the motherboard. So it's like, okay, they give you Thunderbolt 5, so someone might be thinking, oh, who cares about Thunderbolt 4, man? I'm getting Thunderbolt 5. Yeah, you're paying $1,000. You're paying $1,000 for your Thunderbolt 5, and guess what? You only got like 4 USB ports, like normal USB ports. You get 4 USB, plus your 2 little rinky-dink Thunderbolt 5s, and, like, that's it? Like, what? Okay, you got 10 gig LAN? That's why it's such a fail. Because the smart person would buy the Maximus Hero, which gives them the Thunderbolt 4. So let's look at the Maximus Hero. Z890 Hero. This is like the S tier board. This one is like a B or a C. Well, okay, I don't know about it, C. But the Extreme is a fail. It's straight up fail on the Arrow Lake side. Because, like, well, okay, see, they don't hide it. They don't hide it because they're not ashamed. They're not ashamed. So here, you get your Thunderbolt 4. 1 and 2. There's your 40 gigabit USB-C with the little Thunderbolt icon because it's an Intel. So you get your USB-C or your USB 4, just like on the AMD. So you get that. You get your 10 gig. You get your 5 gig plus your 2.5 gig. And then you get some USB. So people are probably like, oh, well, they basically shafted the Intel one because it's got like 5 gig USB-A, and it's like, why are they not all 10 gig red USB? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, kind of, like, but at least there's 8 of them, so it's fine. It's totally fine. That's acceptable. But here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing. This is the big brain move. If somebody wanted Thunderbolt 5, if someone wanted Thunderbolt 5, they could literally go and buy ASUS Thunderbolt EX5. We have a whole YouTube video on how to do this. I've got Thunderbolt 5. I've got Thunderbolt 5 on this, the Arrow Lake Intel Core Ultra 9 285K Thunderbolt 5, Thunderbolt 4. It's here both. So, Thunderbolt 5, you can go and buy this thing for like $100-something. And this plus the Hero is still cheaper than the $1,000 Extreme. And guess what? You go and take this, you install it in, okay, well, hold on, that's not, okay. You take it, you install it in the dedicated X4 slot at the bottom of the motherboard, which doesn't share any lanes with the GPU. You plug that in, just like in my YouTube video. You go in the BIOS, you turn on the Thunderbolt 5, and now you sit back and you enjoy the fact that you paid $700 for the Hero, you paid $100 for this card, that's $800. $800 gets you Thunderbolt 4 and Thunderbolt 5 versus $1,000 that only gets you Thunderbolt 5 and no ability to access your Thunderbolt 4 on your CPU. Because Thunderbolt 5 is not on the Intel CPU. The only way to achieve Thunderbolt 5 is to use a chipset. You basically have to add the Barlow Ridge chipset, which is what this added card is. So this is the reason why the Intel options are like, if someone wanted to build an Intel build right now in a market where AMD is so dominant, you got to make some big brain plays, man. You cannot just be like, oh, I'm gonna spend $1,000 on the Maximus Extreme. If you spend $1,000 on the Maximus Extreme, the true enthusiasts who understand the chipsets they're gonna be saying stuff like, that guy got scammed. That guy don't know what he's doing, man. Like that's what they're gonna say, like behind your back. I'm just saying, you know, like that's how it is. Like that's how it is. This is not the smart choice. I'm just saying, like, this is the smart choice. This plus this is less than this, but has more, it's like double the Thunderbolt ports versus this. This doesn't even let you add this. Like, it's not even compatible. It's not gonna work. So you know what I'm saying? So it's like, because it's already there. So the Extreme, man, the Maximus Extreme is such a joke. It's such a disappointment. But the AMD, the Crosshair Extreme, it is a little underwhelming compared to the Hero because it's not that different from the Hero. It has all the dip switches for overclocking. It probably has a better trace layout because it's physically larger. It's EATX. It has a DIMM.2 if you like DIMM.2. But that's it. ROG, Crosshair, Extreme. That's where it's at. And I'm going to go ahead and say this one is basically an A-tier motherboard because it's super expensive. It's super expensive, and it doesn't really do anything that the Crosshair already does for cheaper, except it adds 10 gig LAN and like 2 more USB-A ports. So it's like, is that worth $300? I don't know, man. So that's kind of where I say this would be. All right. So, next motherboard is going to be their overclockers motherboard. So now we're going to talk about another. So wait, these Intel ones are here. Oh, these Intel ones are here. Okay, the Apex. This is the pinnacle of overclocking community motherboards. Now, there are going to be overclockers out there that want to use the Extreme. The Extreme has a lot of the functionality that the Apex has, but a true overclocker that is really going for world records, especially for memory overclocking, is going to prefer the Apex for the simple fact that it only has 2 DDR5 memory slots. So because it has 2, it does not have NitroPath technology, because NitroPath is an ASUS proprietary feature that is featured on the Crosshair Extreme and the Crosshair Hero for overclocking. But it really is meant for pushing high speeds on 2 sticks of memory. The whole idea behind NitroPath is to cut down on the electrical antenna parasitic interference that can happen from these open metal contacts on the empty memory slots. So that's the reason why NitroPath exists on a 4-DIMM motherboard and doesn't exist on a 2-DIMM motherboard, because there's no reason, it's not going to do anything on a 2-DIMM motherboard. So the Apex doesn't need it. However, the Apex, despite the fact that it's meant for overclockers, I think the Apex from ASUS is still a really nice overall motherboard. Like, it has things that I wish some of these other motherboards like the Hero and the Extreme had. For example, it has an open-ended X4 slot, and the X4 slot is above the graphics card slot. That means that if you have this big, giant, chonky quad slot GPU in here, you can still use the X4 slot that's physically above the GPU. That's really nice. That's a very practical thing. So I really like that the Apex does it. It's also an open-ended slot. So if you remove this Apex branded heatsink here, for example, you can actually put a 16-lane wide device, although you probably don't want to do that. You could, technically, it would only get 4 lanes, but you could actually fit one in there. So I like that ASUS has thought about like very practical scenarios that are uncommon, but you never know when you run into that situation, and the Apex would be able to handle that with ease. So really, really good, thoughtful motherboard. Obviously for overclockers, it has all the dip switches over here. It has the voltage checkpoints. It has all the buttons. Postcode debug, obviously, on an overclocker motherboard, it's going to have postcode debug. So all these things. It also has the dual X8. So if you want to run dual graphics cards in Gen 5, if you want to go dual 5090s, you can totally do that with this motherboard. So you know what I'm saying? Like, wow. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm not misspeaking here. Yeah, it has 2 X16, so the dual X8. Very good. And it has that random X1 Gen 3 slot for like a sound card, or maybe someone has like a diagnostic, like the X1, it's an open-ended X1, which makes it more useful than average X1 slots. This could be for like some kind of diagnostic board for overclockers, like a custom tool set PCB that they make or something. That's perfect for that. It can be used for a sound card. It's kind of like it's gonna not be used a lot, because if you put a big GPU in here, it's gonna cover up that X1, but it's there. So, but see, this is what I mean. Like, this motherboard has things that you saw on the MSI, this lower cost MSI board, for example, had these random X1s on here, but they're not open-ended. So it's like, well, it better be an X1 sound card. Otherwise, it's useless. You know what I'm saying? So the Apex goes above and beyond in the sense that it actually has more things you could end up doing with it, because it's an open-ended slot. And the X4 is also open-ended. So very, very nice. And then it has the X8 at the bottom. So really, really good motherboard. This is the one that can get all kinds of insane memory overclocks, pushing RAM well above 8400 on DDR5. very easily. It has the DIMM.2 just like the Extreme. This is their second most expensive motherboard. I believe this is like a $750 motherboard. So it's more expensive than the Hero. But it is what I call a specialist motherboard. This is the professional overclockers motherboard. That doesn't mean that a regular gamer can't use it. It's just like, I don't know if a regular gamer would truly benefit and utilize all of the things that this motherboard offers. One of the really cool things about it is that it has an included frame that can attach to the Gen 5 heatsink to provide direct airflow for the memory. And if you've ever tried overclocking memory above 8,000, you would know that it needs active cooling to remain stable. So the Apex has thought of that, or ASUS has thought of that with the Apex. So very good implementation here. It has a full backplate. Again, the Intel version of this motherboard doesn't have the backplate and is only available in white. Although the AMD one is only available in black, at least the AMD version comes with a backplate. Imagine paying $750 for a motherboard and it doesn't have a backplate. That is the Z890 Apex. So, yeah, I don't know, man. The Intel motherboards are kind of all over the place right now. Anyway, so let's look at the back. Do they have a picture of the back? They don't have a direct one, but they have one here. So it has that PS/2 interface for old school keyboards and mice. And then it has, what, 2, 4, 6, 7 Type A USB. So it technically has one more Type A USB than the Hero. And then it has the dual USB 4, and then it has a 10 gig USB-C and a 5 gig LAN. So pretty standard stuff for the overclocker. It basically, they've thought of like everything an overclocker would need. ASUS works with world-class overclockers when they design the feature set that they want to implement on the Apex. So it's really nice to see the Apex be fully featured this time around and available on the AM5 platform. So overall, this one, I don't know, man. I kind of want to put this one in S, but it is so specialized. It's kind of like I want to put it in S because it's rare. Its functionality is rare. Kind of like the BTF board from MSI. What do you guys think? I'm thinking the Apex is an S tier board. But again, it's very niche. It's very much a specialist boutique product and not more of like a general all-rounder type motherboard. It's not for normal consumers or gamers. B niche. I wouldn't say that just because it's niche, it goes in B. I don't think so. You really think the Apex is the same as the ProArt in terms of... I don't think so. I think this is going to be either S or A. At the lowest it would go is A, if not S, in my mind. I think it's S. That's what's going to go. Okay, now the last two motherboards are not going to rank very high. These are going to be the low performers from ASUS. So we've got two new ones from ASUS. One of them is an ROG. So we've got this one. So ROG Strix X870E-H. If I remember correctly, last year this was a non-E motherboard. This was just an X870-H, if I recall correctly. This motherboard, however, doesn't have a postcode debug, although it does have good overall heat sinks for the M.2s. Let's just look at the gallery here. It doesn't have the ability to run dual graphics cards. It's kind of a no-nonsense board, but it's missing things that I think it should have. And it doesn't have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It has 11. It has 11 USB Type A, though. That's really nice. And then it has DisplayPort Alt Mode on the dual USB 4, which is good. And then it has a powered 10 gig USB Type C. So it has clear CMOS on the back. So it does hit most of the check boxes. It just doesn't have the postcode debug, which automatically puts it in B tier as far as I'm concerned. The other thing on this is I bet this is like a $400, $300 to $400 motherboard. which means that it's not super price competitive against stuff like the Tomahawk. So I'm going to go ahead and say this is B. And then for the last one, this is probably ASUS's worst motherboard. So the last one is going to be the Tough. The Tough is not ROG. So it's not Republic of Gamers. It's not Prime. It's not ProArt. It used to be called Sabertooth a long time ago. But ASUS, I don't know what they've done to the Tough brand. They've kind of ruined it. I feel like it's a shadow of its former glory. It looks so low end. You know what I mean? Like, no postcode debug, so it automatically can't go higher than B. And then, you know, there's no heatsink for this M.2 down here, but it looks like it's a dual chipset, so it's got all 4 M.2s. It doesn't have dual GPU capability. Very basic stuff. I mean, there isn't even a dedicated gallery. Yeah, this is a C. This is a C. Like, if I had $300, I'm not gonna buy the Tough. I'm gonna go buy the Tomahawk. That's how simple it is. It's a simple choice, guys. Are you gonna, if you have $300 and you have to pick, you have to spend it, you're not allowed to keep it. If you have to spend on the Tomahawk or the Tough, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy the Tough or are you gonna buy the Tomahawk? Exactly. That's why it's a C. Enough said. Okay, so that's ASUS's lineup. So ASUS, not too bad. They have 1 S tier, 1 A tier, 1 B tier, and 1 C tier. I like how ASUS is very predictable and very well spread out. So extreme. Their $1,000 is an A. Their $750 overclocker thing is an S. Their gamer thing is a B. And their, I don't know what this thing is trying to be, is a C. So, Tough, because it's tough to want. Dude. Okay, alright. Enough burning the Tough. Alright, next we have ASRock. ASRock, as you guys probably know, has been in a lot of controversy throughout the course of this entire year because of the quote-unquote exploding CPU fiasco, which for whatever reason never seems to go away. So what I can tell you is, if you have an ASRock motherboard, be on the latest BIOS. There is no reason not to be on the latest BIOS. I myself have a Nova. Because it was S+, I went and got one to back up my rating of it. So I went and spent the money, $350, on the Nova. And guess what? I put a 9800X3D in it. And I've had it all year, and guess what? No problems, no exploding CPU for me. Maybe it's because I don't run my CPU out of spec, you know? So, I don't know. So, knock on wood, blah, 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 whatever. Like, I have this, I have 9800X3D, I have no problem. So, to me, no, it's S+. All right, next we're going to talk about their new motherboard. So, they only have one new motherboard. The new motherboard is very similar to the Apex from ASUS. This is the Taichi OCF, overclocking formula board. This is their 2DIMM with all the buttons, voltage checkpoints, all that stuff, volt modding and all those things. This is basically their Apex equivalent motherboard. Now, this motherboard is really good. Really good. I saw this motherboard, someone brought this motherboard to my attention a few weeks ago, and at first I was like, oh, it's just an ASRock Apex. And like, no, it has some cool things. Yeah, this thing has some really cool things. So for one thing, it's got 6 M.2 slots. 6 M.2 slots. Let's go to the overview here. So, let me see. So it's the overclocker stuff. You know, it's got the ECLK base overclocking. It's got the dual X8, so you can run dual 5090s in here, and you can still use the X4 at the top, just like the Apex. It has that postcode debug in the right spot. Everything's there. But the crazy thing is, where I know I saw it. These guys do not know how to market their products. I'm serious. Like, wow. Can they please show a picture with the heat sinks off? No, maybe not. Okay, I guess not. Okay, well, ASRock, you make your stuff much harder to sell and market. All right, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 SSDs. 6 SSDs with no DIMM.2 required. No DIMM.2 required. Look at that. 6 M.2s, all on the board. You don't need an M.2. You don't need a Slim SAS. You don't need some kind of Aero expander special add-in card. No, they're all right there. So if you want to use all 6 of them, you're free to do that. Just note, some of them are going to share lanes with some of the PCIe and all that stuff. That's totally normal. But I like the fact that they give you the choice. They give you all 6 of them. All 6 of them. You know what I mean? I always say this. I'm going to say it again for the new viewers. It's better to have something and not need it than to not have something when you actually need it. So the fact that ASRock is giving you 6 M.2 slots, regardless of whether you're going to use 2 of them, 1 of them, or all 6 of them, it's nice. I can't argue against that. Because they're just straight up giving me 6 M.2 slots. How are you going to say that's bad? No one's going to say that's bad. That's good. That's good. That is, like, that right there automatically means this motherboard is A or better. Like, that alone is A or better. It has postcode debug. That means it's A or better. Because apparently the bar is pretty low, man. You just gotta have a postcode debug and you're already, like, well above C and B. You know, for most of these motherboards. So, I like what I see. It has the GPU quick disconnect. It has the X4 above the GPU. You know, like, it's really, really good. Now, we need to look at how they're doing this. So, they're doing dual Gen 5 SSDs, which means they're either, one of those is either sharing lanes with the GPU, or it's doing the fancy thing that MSI is doing, where it bandwidth shares off of that second set of 4 lanes. You know what I mean? And then the Hyper M.2 is 2 lanes, okay, or one M.2 is 2 lanes, Gen 4. Ultra M.2. Why is this one an Ultra and this one's not? So blazing means Gen 5. Blazing is ASRock's marketing term for Gen 5 SSD. Hyper is ASRock's marketing term for Gen 4 SSD. Ultra is the Gen 3 SSD. So because this one's 2 lanes, it's not considered Ultra. That's weird. And then 2 SATA. So this is a very unique motherboard because they've got to have some kind of lane. They've got lane sharing, man. They have to have lane sharing on this thing. There's got to be lane sharing on this. So we got to look at the manual. Let me see the user manual. We got to look at the block diagram because they've got lane sharing. But anyway, looking here. Here's the Dr. Debug. There's your voltage checkpoint buttons and all that stuff. Or this probably tunes the base clock. It probably has like direct base clock overclocking or something. All right, the Hyper M.2, the other Hyper M.2, the blazing M.2, the second blazing M.2, the Hyper M.2, the M.2, and the Ultra M.2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, the one over here, the Ultra M.2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 SSDs. 6 SSDs. This is... I gotta think about this for a second. Well, let's look at the block diagram. Because I was like, man, okay, hold on. There's gotta be some lane sharing. Alright, so they've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 9 USB-A. 2 of them are the slow ones. And they've got the dual USB 4, and then they've got a 10 gig USB-C. So the normal stuff, 5 gig LAN, the Wi-Fi 7, all this thing, clear CMOS. They have the PS/2 port, just like on the Apex. So very similar to the Apex. Okay, this is what I wanted to see. Okay. So, if we look here, they have the dual GPUs. See, dual 5090s go right here. And they're literally the only thing. Wait, hold up. They're always 16. What? Wait a minute. What? This thing is trying so hard. This motherboard is trying so hard to one-up the Nova, man. I don't know if it can do it, though, because this is probably going to be very expensive. This motherboard can do dual 5090s with 6 SSDs connected all at the same time? What? Whoa, man. Wow. Whoa, we can do dual 59. You can do dual RTX Pro 6000s plus 6 SSDs. There's got to be some kind of catch. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Okay, so they're doing the fancy pants MSI thing. So they've got the USB 4 and the second Gen 5 are sharing their bandwidth. Okay, so I like how ASRock illustrates this so that you can see what's going on under the hood. So you got 16 lanes going to your 2 graphics cards, 8 lanes each. If you only have one GPU, then that GPU at the top gets all 16 lanes of Gen 5. All the time, no lane sharing. All right, then you have the guaranteed always up to Gen 5 SSD, no sharing. Then you have the second Gen 5 SSD. This one will share the bandwidth with the ASM4242 USB 4/Thunderbolt 4 controller. So those dual 40 gigabit USB-C ports on the back will share their bandwidth with the second Gen 5 SSD. So the second Gen 5 SSD will run at 2 lanes Gen 5, meaning the Samsung 990 EVO Plus is the perfect SSD for the second M.2 slot. Just like the Godlike, just like the Tomahawk, and just like the Edge from MSI. So ASRock has taken something right out of MSI's playbook this time around with this motherboard. And then now we move down. Remember what I said at the very beginning of the stream. Dual chipset, 2 PROM21s. Here they are. So Gen 4, 4 lanes, third SSD. Two SATA ports. Each get 1 lane of Gen 3. That means there's 2 more lanes of Gen 3. This takes 2 lanes of Gen 3. Here's the third Gen 3 for the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. And then the last Gen 3 on this chipset, there's 4 total. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. The fourth one goes to whatever this thing is. Realtek. Oh, this is the NIC. This is the internet, the LAN port. Okay. So you got a Realtek 5 gig NIC. Okay, so 1 Gen 3 for your 5 gig LAN, 1 Gen 3 for the Wi-Fi, the Bluetooth, 2 Gen 3s, 1 per SATA. So, okay. So I can see where it cuts some features. So number 1, most motherboards in this day and age have 4 SATA ports. This motherboard only has 2. Right there. SATA 1, SATA 2. That's it. So you can only do 2 hard drives or 2 2.5-inch SSDs in this board. But you get 6 NVMEs as the trade-off. So it's like, do you want 6 SSDs? Or do you want like 4 SSD? Or no, it's like, do you want 6 SSDs and 2 SATA? Or do you want 4 SSDs and 4 SATA? The latter is the most common setup for X870E. So ASRock is opting for something that's outside of the norm. They're doing something differently, which they're known to do. Okay, all the USB stuff is on the left side here. And then on the second chipset here, we have 8 lanes of Gen 4 and 4 lanes of Gen 3. So what are they doing? 2 of these lanes, 2 lanes of Gen 4 go to the 4th M.2, and it's shared with the with a PCIe slot. Oh, the X4 slot at the top. But that, okay. Oh, that's different. Okay, so it's only a 2-lane slot at the top, not a 4-lane slot like the Apex. So that is interesting. That's something to remember. And then the final two. This one takes the 4. So wait a minute. Why are there? Oh, I see. So two lanes are going to the upper PCIe slot, the one that goes above the GPU slot, and it's 2. What? Okay, it's it's two lanes, and then this is 2 lanes going to a switch, which can give those 2 lanes. I see. Okay, so it can give those 2 lanes to the 4th M.2, or it can give them to the PCIe slot, so you can force the PCIe slot to run at 4 lanes. Right? Not sure how this works. This is kind of confusing. I'd have to read the description on this. So the way this looks, because I know you have 8 lanes of Gen 4. Wait, yeah. So 2, 4, 8, and then 4 Gen 3 that goes to this guy. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So something, I gotta read the description on this because this is confusing me. So you have, which one was this? This was M.2, the 3rd M.2. So this one. This is only 2 lanes. It's only 2 lanes. This top slot supports X4. But it says, okay, that's nice. This is better than I thought it would be. Okay, it works out the way I thought, but I just wanted to make sure. So the way this works is if you plug, let's say you have a 4K 60 AverMedia live gamer, like a capture card that needs 4 lanes. You plug that in to this top slot. That needs 4 lanes to work. You plug it in, you get the 4 lanes, everything works. Now, you want to run an SSD, you want to run an M.2 drive in the 3rd slot. So, right here, if M.2_2 is occupied, wait, hold on, no, that's not right. No, if M.2_3 is occupied, the X4 PCIe slot will downgrade to 2-lane mode. So that is a very good thing to know, because that means if you want to run an SSD in there, you're only going to get 2 lanes out of this, which means if you have like a 4K capture card, the 4K capture card might run at lower frame rates because now it's going to be bandwidth limited, kind of like when you run an eGPU over Thunderbolt 4. It's that kind of thing is going to start happening. So I can see the pitfalls where a user has a capture card and then one day they go and add an M.2 here, and then they start playing their PS5 or PS5 Pro or whatever on their PC over the capture card. And they're like, why is the frame rate so bad? It's because they're downgraded to X2. So it's a pick and choose. If you want to run both, they both are running 2 lanes. If you don't run the SSD, you get 4 lanes to your PCIe slot. That's still really good. And see, that is kind of the theme with a lot of these new motherboards that have launched this year compared to the ones that launched last year. Last year, the only company that was allowing you to do like, oh, if you want to run 2 things simultaneously, you down-regulate lanes to share. The only company that was doing that last year was MSI. And MSI only did that on 2 motherboards, the Godlike and the Tomahawk. Now, MSI is doing that on the Ace, the Edge, the new Tomahawk, the BTF Tomahawk, and now ASRock is doing that with this new Tai Chi OCF. So this thing is kind of in a class of its own because it's doing like things that, I mean, guys, 6 SSDs, no strings attached. You can run all 6 of them, and the 5090 is still 16 lanes. Like, this is what to me, this is thinking outside the box. This is thinking like a true engineer. It's like, how do I make it so that my motherboard will always run the GPU at 16 lanes while also trying to fit as many SSDs as I can? That's what this is doing. And I think the price point on this is like $500 something. So it's cheaper than the Apex, and it's doing like crazy things like, oh, you can run a 5090 at 16 lanes of Gen 5 with plus 6 SSDs if you want, and you're not dropping any lanes. Oh, and if you want a second 5090, you can still plug it in because none of those SSDs are sharing any of the lanes with the second slot down there. So yeah, this thing is kind of S plus, man. Like, this is S plus. I gotta give this S plus because, I mean, the only way this wouldn't be S plus is if this was like $1,000 or something, you know what I mean? Because, so I gotta think about this for a second. Like, if I compare this to the Apex is $750. This thing is like probably $550 to $600 maybe. I don't actually know the official price, but I know it's not $750. And it's basically the same. They both 2DIMM. They both have all the OC features. Now, ASUS has some other stuff. They both have clock generators, so you can both do asynchronous for X3D overclocking. Both of them can do dual GPUs. Both of them have the X4. The difference is the Apex can do what? 4. Let me look it up again. Let me see. How many SSDs is this? This doesn't have Slim SAS. It does not have Slim SAS. Only the Hero and the Extreme have the Slim SAS. So this thing does 1, 2, 3. This can only do 3 SSDs without affecting the GPU. The moment you use the second or third SSD, your graphics card on the Apex automatically drops to 8 lanes. Automatic, guaranteed. There's no way to stop it. It's going to 8 lanes, no matter what. As soon as you populate the second or third M.2 on the Apex. So, it has 4 SATA. When both of them are, yeah, okay, so, and the other thing too, if you want to run dual 5090s on the Apex, you cannot use the second and third M.2s. They're both Gen 5, but the reason why they're Gen 5 is because they're taking lanes from the GPU slot. And that takes the lanes from the second GPU slot. So it's no different from the Extreme and the Hero. The Extreme, all the crosshairs do the exact same thing when it comes to the first 3 SSDs. The second and third on the Hero, the Extreme, and the Apex all take lanes from the graphics card and prevent you from running a second graphics card. So that is the Achilles heel of these crosshair enthusiast motherboards. Now, the OCF from ASRock completely avoids that. 100% guaranteed. The GPU and the second GPU are guaranteed to always function regardless of how many SSDs you run. You can run all 6 SSDs and you still have all GPU bandwidth. So yeah, this thing's S+, man. This thing's kind of S+. I mean, there's nothing else on the market. That's what I mean. That's what it takes to be S+. You gotta do something. You have to have some kind of gimmick that no one else has, and it's like it goes above and beyond. Someone might be like, oh, well, how come the Hero has Slim SAS? No one else has Slim SAS. Yeah, but the thing is, at the end of the day, the Slim SAS is still just another M.2, guys. It's just another M.2. It's just an M.2 with a cable. It's NVMe with a cable. That's all it is. I mean, you might be able to do some cool stuff with Oculink, but who wants Oculink on a desktop? You know what I'm saying? Like, why? So, yeah, no, as far as I'm concerned, this one's S+, and Apex is S. I mean, S is still really good. So that's, yeah, man, that's good. That's S+ right there. The value, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, like, if I wanted, I mean, I can see myself using this overclocker motherboard as like a workstation motherboard because you can fit 6 SSDs in it. And you can still do the 2 SATA, and you can still run 128 gigs of DDR5. You have to have 2 64 gig DIMMs, and that's going to be extremely expensive in this current market, but it's possible. So that's pretty good, man. ASRock, wow. And here I thought ASRock had like one new motherboard. ASRock had one new motherboard, and it just so happened to be S+. Who would have thought, man? They got it on the first try. Wow. Okay, last but not least, now we're going to get into probably the most interesting lineup. This is what I call the Gigabyte. This is Gigabyte's redemption arc. This is the redemption arc of Gigabyte. So we all know last year, Gigabyte's Aorus motherboards were extremely underwhelming. So the Aorus Master was an A tier. That was their best motherboard. It was an A tier motherboard. Everything else from Gigabyte was B tier or lower, especially if we go and look at X870. So this year, it's completely different. This year, Gigabyte was like, yeah, we get the criticisms, we're going to try harder. So they put out a whole new fleet of motherboards. Actually, there's one in particular that came out, like, I think, January or December of last year. It was like super late in the year. So it was after I had already evaluated all the launch motherboards. The Aorus AI Top. The Aorus Extreme AI Top. This motherboard technically is one of the newer motherboards, but it doesn't follow the new design language of what they have in the true new lineup. But the Aorus Extreme AI Top overall is like an A motherboard. It's not a bad motherboard. I would say it's like an A tier motherboard. It's actually $700 to $800. I see it oftentimes listed as $800. So if we go to Micro Center here, for example, we go to Gigabyte and we go and look at the $800. I think it's too much money for $800. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, the way they utilize the PCIe lanes is not ideal. And that, to me, is a huge red flag, and that actually hurts the scoring on this motherboard. It has one cool thing that no other motherboard does, at least from any of the other brands, and that is dual 10 gig. So if you're someone who's running a home lab setup, you want to connect your desktop straight to a NAS, like a direct 10 gig link to the NAS, and then 10 gig to the rest of the network or whatever for internet access. So it has that. So that's really cool. That's like its one-trick pony. That's like the one thing that the Aorus AI Top does. Now, other things, it's got your dual X8 GPU capability. This was literally Gigabyte's only motherboard from what I'll call the initial wave of X870E motherboards that offer the dual GPU experience. So it has it here. It's got all the other things. Really good VRM cooling. Really good SSD cooling. Gigabyte is the best at cooling SSDs. I don't know what they do, but they're using like whatever thermal pads they're using are like way above what everyone else is using. So they're great in that regard. Lots of Type A, but I really wish, I don't like to see this wasted spot right here on the backplate, especially on an $800 motherboard. I feel like they could have given you 2 more 10 gig Type C ports So on an $800 board, or like, where's the display port? Or you know what I'm saying? Like, there could have been something else. I don't like when a motherboard is priced so high and they leave empty space on the back. It's like, why are you doing this? You know, like, your competitor doesn't do this. Like, you go look at MSI, for example, the Carbon. The Carbon, $500 board, but fully loaded back, including smart button. Like, that's what I'm talking about. This is what I expect to see in terms of the back layout. And the fact that they have dual 10 gig is not an excuse to leave empty space, because the Gigabyte AI Top is an $800 board. This Carbon is $300 less. I mean, come on now. You know what I mean? So this is kind of an A motherboard. It's not awful. It's not amazing. It's cool. I mean, it has HDMI input on the, or output on the inside of the board. So some interesting enthusiast builds can be achieved with this. But I would still say it's an A. I think most people would agree that this is an A tier motherboard. So that's Gigabyte's last old-ish motherboard. $500? This is not $500. This is $800. If it was $500, it would probably be S, but it's not $500. Okay, so that leaves Gigabyte's new motherboards. So everything that the remaining 4 motherboards that we're about to talk about are some of the most wacky, insane, crazy motherboards that you will have ever seen from Gigabyte. So the first one we're going to talk about is hold on, let me make sure I click on the right one here. Let's talk about this one. So the Elite. So the way you can tell if a motherboard from Gigabyte is good is if it says X3D. If it says X3D, it's the new 2025 edition from Gigabyte. If it doesn't say X3D, it's like a 2024 model. That's how you can tell. And the 2024 models and the 2025 models are completely different. Completely different. The X3D is what I call the redemption of Gigabyte, because they basically listened to everything that I said in the tier list video, and they fixed every single thing that I criticized. Everything. So we go look at the Elite. So the Elite is the lowest end of the new Aorus Elite motherboards, X3D. So number 1, backplate. Backplate. Does it have a backplate? Yes, it does. Someone was asking me if the Taichi has a backplate. Yes, it does. All those ASRock motherboards have backplates. So, Aorus Elite X3D has a backplate. 5 gig LAN. Here's where they went and did something. Here's where Gigabyte was like, okay, we hear you loud and clear. We're gonna go above and beyond. Okay, this is where it starts getting kind of crazy. So here they have the clear CMOS, because remember they were missing clear CMOSs last time. So now they put clear CMOS. Back then they only had Q-Flash, but now they added clear CMOS. But not only did they add clear CMOS, for some reason they're like, you know what? We're gonna put a power and a reset button on the back of the motherboard. That is innovating, because no one else has done this before. No one else has done. You would think, oh, that's a simple thing. It's not really needed. Well, you know, if you're ever like messing around with the back of your computer and you're like crawling on the floor trying to connect the cables or whatever, and you want to just turn the computer on, well, the power button's on the back of the motherboard now, in addition to the front panel headers. So this is adding things. This is the opposite of what ASUS did, where ASUS taketh away. They taketh away the speaker, and they give nothing back in return. Here, they're adding power and reset buttons when they didn't even have to do this. They literally didn't even have to do this, but they went and did it anyway. So that's nice. That's really nice. I mean, it's a nice to have. You know what I mean? I always like to see when a motherboard manufacturer, no one asks them to do this, and they go and do it anyway, and it's good. It's not like they're doing something that's stupid. You know what I'm saying? So that's really nice to see. So, okay, and then you get lots of USB, a 2, 4, 6, 8. That's more than the Hero. It's got more Type A than the Hero, but it's got 5 gig LAN. It doesn't have a dual LAN setup because it's meant to be in a certain price point, but it has the backplate. Let's take a look here. Let's read through some of their stuff. So, 8-layer PCB. So last time, one of the biggest complaints, one of the biggest criticisms of Gigabyte's motherboards were the fact that pretty much almost all of them were 6-layer PCB, except for, I believe, the Master and the Extreme AI Top. All the others were 6-layer. So the Elite, the Pro, the Ice Elite, the Ice Pro, all those different variants, and then all the lower end X870, all the B850, those were all 6-layer PCB. Now, 8-layer PCB. Even on the Elite, 8-layer PCB. So they've gone back to what they had on the previous generation, but they didn't take anything away. They only added stuff. They didn't remove things, they added stuff. So the postcode debug is still here. So that's really good. The quick disconnect button is here. The toolless, they have fully toolless SSD heat sinks. So, and they have a really good latch mechanism. It's very easy to remove. It's easier to remove than, like, it's even easier than MSI. And MSI has one of the best systems for toolless SSD removal. So Gigabyte is really stepping up their game. This is what it means to redeem yourself when you screw up on a product launch. This is really good. Now let's go ahead and look where it gets insane crazy. So let's go ahead and look at the block diagram, because Gigabyte's got that wow factor, man. Personally, out of all the brands, Gigabyte was the most, they went from the most underwhelming last year to the most interesting this year. Maybe because they set themselves up, like they set the bar super low for themselves. I mean, now they're kind of like, it's one of those things where it's like, what do? You under-promise and over-deliver. Well, now they're over-delivering. So maybe that's why. It's going to help them, though. All right, so let's take a look at this. Really good stuff here. So, your standard 4 SSDs and 4 SATA. So they're going with the very standard, basic layout. There's your ASM USB 4 controller. I like how they label it. And then dedicated X4, dedicated X2. So they've returned to the way they did their motherboards on the previous generation, meaning X670 and X670E. They've gone back to that style. And now they're utilizing what used to be MSI's secret technique of the undefeated of the East. That was the MSI exclusive special technique. Now, not only has ASRock copied MSI's ability, Gigabyte has also implemented MSI's secret technique, where they give you a second Gen 5 SSD that goes directly to the CPU, and it shares the bandwidth with the USB 4 ports instead of the graphics card. So now, unlike last year's models, where last year, every single Gigabyte motherboard, except for the AI top, shared two SSDs. Two SSDs were sharing lanes with the graphics card. That means on the typical Aorus Elite, Aorus Pro, Aorus Master, if you wanted to run your third SSD or your fourth SSD, you were automatically dropping your GPU to half bandwidth. X8. Guaranteed to happen. No way around it. The only way you can avoid it is max out only two SSDs. You'd have this SSD and you'd have this SSD. The other two were tied to the GPU. For whatever reason, Gigabyte decided that was the way they wanted to do it. And they were heavily criticized for that. And it really hurt them. So now they've swung in the complete opposite direction. They basically copied MSI's homework. And they're like, we're going to do what MSI did. Because whatever MSI did got them to like sell a whole bunch of Tomahawks, essentially. So they went in on that Tomahawk sales numbers. So now they're doing the same thing that the Tomahawk does. So instead of taking lanes from your GPU, they take lanes from the USB 4. So there's a switch here that shares those lanes. So as soon as you install this M.2, your ASM4242 USB 4 controller will drop to 2 lanes, and this will run at 2 lanes of Gen 5. Meaning, this slot is perfect for, here we go again, the Samsung Evo or the Samsung 990 Evo Plus. That SSD is the best in slot for this motherboard, for that particular second M.2 slot. All right, then they have the first chipset. On here you have 4 lanes of Gen 4. They're giving you another M.2, so that's your third M.2. All of the 4 Gen 3 lanes each go to a SATA interface, so there's your 4 Gen 3, so they're not wasting any lanes. One of the things that Gigabyte did poorly last year was if they weren't stealing lanes from the GPU for 2 SSDs, they were just straight up not utilizing chipset lanes. They were literally leaving them unsoldered and just wasted. Like, you just spend money on the motherboard and you're getting nothing. You're getting nothing. No feature. Just sitting there, nothing. That's why Gigabyte was like last place last year. So, because you just throw money and buy a Gigabyte board, then there's like lanes that are just left with nothing connected to them. Yeah, that's a good investment right there. Okay, so anyway, now they've taken that criticism and they're like, no, we're not going to waste lanes. So here's all your Gen 4 lanes. They're used up for this guy. All your Gen 3 lanes, they're used up for those guys. Now we move down to the second chipset. Here we have 8 lanes of Gen 4. So let's count them. 4 lanes right here for an open X4 PCIe slot. Very nice. Perfect for a 4K HDR capture card. And then right here, 4 more lanes, dedicated SSD. So now you have 4 SSDs. No lane sharing. All Gen 4 lanes are accounted for. Now, the only remaining lanes are going to be 4 Gen 3 lanes. 2 of them go to the X2 slot at the very bottom of the motherboard. What is an X2 slot good for? 10 gigabit LAN. You want 10 gig LAN? Throw it on this X2 slot. There you go. You only need 2 lanes of Gen 3 for 10 gigabit LAN. So this is the perfect slot for a 10 gig add-in card. And this is the perfect slot for a 4K capture card. This is the perfect streamer, Twitch streamer, Kick streamer motherboard. This is who this motherboard is for. Finally, the last 2 Gen 3 lanes. One for the Wi-Fi 7 and one for the 5 gig LAN. So nothing is wasted. Everything is accounted for. Everything is used up well. This is basically just like the Tomahawk, only it's slightly better than the Tomahawk because it has a 2-lane slot. A 2-lane slot is so much better than a 1-lane slot because the difference between a 2-lane slot and a 1-lane slot is the difference between being able to add 10 gig LAN to your motherboard versus not being able to add 10 gig LAN to your motherboard. So that is why this is actually better than the Tomahawk. And that is insane to see Gigabyte go from last place to now rivaling and possibly even exceeding what MSI is offering. Because the Tomahawk doesn't have a backplate. This has a backplate. The Tomahawk requires you to have a screwdriver to remove 2 or install 2 of your SSDs. This doesn't need a screwdriver for all 4 SSDs. So this thing is actually going above and beyond the MSI Tomahawk, which was kind of like the standard that all motherboards would be graded against at that $300 price point. So man, talk about a redemption arc. Gigabyte is coming back. They're firing on all cylinders. This Aorus Elite X3D, I highly recommend this for streamers. This is the perfect motherboard. complete with backplate. My goodness. Okay, so this guy's gonna rank pretty high. The Aorus Elite is gonna be in A. I think the price of this is right around Tomahawk, man. So it's right there. It's right there. Gigabyte's coming back. They're coming back. Now let's talk about the Pro X3D Ice. The Pro X3D Ice is basically the exact same thing as the Elite, with the one difference being that it has an additional 10 gigabit USB-C. That's literally the only difference. You click here, you look at the back. Here I see 3 USB-Cs, 2 USB 4, 1 10 gig USB-C. I go to this guy, I see 4. There's the difference. As far as I can tell, that's the only difference, because they have the exact same slot layout, they have the exact same block diagram. So the Pro is probably going to cost a little bit more, if I had to guess. But overall, the Pro is kind of an easy one to rank, because it is basically the same as the Elite, except it has one more USB-C. It probably costs more, so it's like, do you want the extra USB-C? If not, if this guy's cheaper, get this guy. If you want it, then get this guy. So I don't know. I don't see them being priced that differently. So at the end of the day, the Pro is probably the better choice. But I'm not going to dock this guy just because this guy has one more USB-C, because I think they're both functionally equal, and the main difference is going to come down to pricing. There's going to be a price difference. So those are really good. Okay, so now we're down to like 2 remaining motherboards. The last 2 are probably the most insane, crazy, and one of them in particular is like fanatic enthusiast levels of crazy. But let's talk about the Master, the new Aorus Master X3D Ice. As far as I know, this is only available with the Ice, so it's only available in white. But this one is so different from the original Master from last year. It's like I said, they swung in a completely different direction. They basically fixed all the criticisms. So, the biggest criticism of the previous Master was no 10 gig LAN. No 10 gig LAN. So you know what they did? They put 10 gig LAN. So now they've got 10 gig LAN on a $500, $600 motherboard. So now Gigabyte went from being one of the worst values to now being one of the cheapest, one of the easiest ways to get 10 gig LAN, way under like your typical $700,000 price point. You know what I'm saying? So we look at this one. Let's go ahead and look at the gallery here. It's got that legendary M.2 heatsink cooling for Gen 5 SSDs. It is 10 gig plus 5 gig. So it basically is equal to the $1,000 ROG Crosshair Extreme, while not costing the same amount of money. Another criticism of it was no backplate. They went and they added a backplate. So now the Master properly has a backplate, whereas last year it didn't have a backplate, which was the opposite of what they did with X670E, because X670E did have a backplate for $500. So here they've also added the power and reset buttons. They didn't have to do that. No one asked them to do that. They went and did it anyway. But in addition to that, you got all your you got a 20 gigabit USB-C. You do not have this on the Elite or the Pro, but you do have this on the Master, and then you have that 10 gigabit USB-C. So you so you can run triple monitors off of integrated graphics, and then 2, 4, 6, 7 Type A, 10 gig. Every USB port on this motherboard is 10 gig or better. There is no 5 gig, there's no 2.0, there's none of that slow stuff from 20 years ago. No, it's all current generation speeds. All right, we need to look at the block diagram to understand the layout. Okay, so looking here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 SSD slots. So they went and they remedied the criticism of, oh, they don't have... It's like, how come the Strix-E has 5 M.2s? How come the Master doesn't do that? Well, they went and they added the 5th one. So now they have 5. The other thing, too, that the Master didn't have, and this is also true of the previous generation Master, was the lack of a dual GPU setup. So now you can do dual 5090s at Gen 5 8 lanes each, because the second slot is a Gen 5 X8 slot that shares the lanes with the top slot. So now, where you previously you couldn't do dual 5090s, now you can do dual 5090s on this motherboard. So let's look at how, and then they have an X4 at the bottom. That's really good. So let's take a look at how it's laid out. So here we go. You can either do one 5090 16 lanes or two 5090s 8 lanes each. That's what I mean by dual 5090s. So they are doing the same thing that ASRock was doing previously with what we just looked at on the OCF. The OCF from ASRock. The only difference is ASRock is giving you 6 SSDs, whereas the Aorus Master only has 5 SSDs. But let's take a look, because there's probably less drawbacks with less SSDs. So you got your guaranteed Gen 5. You got your Gen 5. There's copying MSI's Tomahawk technique. And they're doing the, we'll share those lanes, perfect for that Evo 990 Evo Plus in that Gen 5 2-lane mode. So they've got that thing going, just like the Elite, just like the Pro. Then they've got the dedicated 4-lane one here. Then they got 2 SATA over here. Where are the other 2 SATA? They did 4 here. 2 of this, 2 of this. What is this doing? It's not doing anything different. We put no Gen 2. 1. That's not a good look, Gigabyte. Oh, wait, hold on. Gen 2 by 2. Gen 2 by 2. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand what they're doing now. Okay. So they took some PCIe lanes, wired up to some kind of S media thing to do a 20 gig USB-C. Front panel? That must be front panel? Because there's none of those on the back. Those have got to be front panel. Oh, no. Okay, one's here. 20 gig. Yeah, 120 gig. Oh, okay. So one of those is 20 gig. And then the front... Well, they don't show it here, but the USB-C on the front panel for a case is one of them's 20 gig. Or maybe it is just 20 gig. So that's what they're doing. Okay, so basically this is taking a Gen 3 lane, I think, or something, maybe 1 or 2 or something like that. Okay, so that's why it's 2 SATA. Okay, and then here they're doing, there's 8 lanes total, so 4 lanes go to the switch, and that's going to either give you your X4 slot at the very bottom of the motherboard or another M.2. And that's how they achieve that 5th M.2, because this one here is a 2-lane. This is Gen 4, so this is 4, 6, 7, 8. So that's how they're doing it. Oh, that's interesting. They're doing a lot of multiplexing going on this motherboard. So normally, if you want to run a 10 gig LAN, you need 2 lanes of Gen 3. So they're saying there's 1 lane. That means that this is a Gen 4 lane. They're basically 1 Gen 4 equals 2 Gen 3. So 2 Gen 3 equals 10 gig LAN. So 1 Gen 4 equals 10 gig LAN. So they're doing, okay, so that's 2... So that's 6, 7. And so that's 7. The Gen 3 is here, and then I guess here. So they're still kind of wasting one PCIe lane, unless this Gen 1 hub is using a Gen 3 lane or something. So that might be what they're doing. But it looks like, regardless, it looks like they're doing a much better job this time around with practical functionality and options compared to what they did last time. Last time, they shoehorned you in to either lane sharing, mandatory lane sharing for your GPU, if you needed more M.2 slots or M.2 drives, or they forced you to use dedicated X4 slots for NVMe add-in if you wanted to run your GPU at 16 lanes. But that means you have to spend more money to buy add-on parts that you normally wouldn't need to do with a better motherboard. So they've kind of corrected all of those issues. So yeah, overall, this is a good motherboard. I don't think this is a S motherboard, though. This looks like an A motherboard. I mean, it looks good. I mean, I could see myself using this. I'm just trying to think, like, how would I do this? I would do, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. I would do 4 SSDs, but my 4th SSD would only be 2 lanes instead of 4 lanes. And then I kind of want to use the X4 slot, but if I was going to run dual GPUs, I would put a 5th SSD in there. So yeah, I would use this. This is pretty... I could see myself using this in the same manner that I currently use the MSI Godlike. But this is way cheaper than the Godlike. So man, I would have bought this last year instead of the Godlike if this existed. Because this is doing everything that I need. It has 10 gig LAN. The Godlike had 10 gig LAN and 5 gig LAN. And yeah, like, this is a nice motherboard. Good slot layout if you're not going to do dual GPU, but if you are going to do dual GPU, then you can't use your X4. But that's the same with every motherboard these days. So that's pretty good, man. Like, this is a really good board. I would say this is like an A. This is a solid A. It depends on how much it costs. I would say, like, if this is like 500, this might even be S. But if it's like 600, it probably is 600, then it's kind of A. It remedies what they did wrong. And yeah, I could see some people still needing the older one for whatever reason, but this is the way to go for most people. Tomahawk is on sale for... Yeah, see, the sale prices are going to apply to a lot of motherboards, though, for the holiday season. So if there's one thing that you can take away from this stream, if you're someone who's looking to build a PC this holiday season, you have to accept the fact that DDR5 memory is way overpriced right now. However, you can offset the cost of DDR5 by getting a really good deal on one of these motherboards. Because the motherboards are on significant sales right now to kind of offset the cost of DDR5. All right, that brings us to our final motherboard, the very last motherboard. This motherboard is going to be the most insane, crazy motherboard. Oh, well, I guess it's here. We'll move it later. Anyway, let's get to the last motherboard on the list. This motherboard is the most intense motherboard. They even have a Gundam representing the motherboard. It is the one and only Gigabyte X870E Aorus Extreme X3D AI Top. This motherboard has the longest name I've ever seen for a motherboard. X870E Aorus Extreme X3D AI Top. This is it. This is it. The one true motherboard. The one that solidifies Gigabyte's position in the redemption arc and redeems all the shortcomings of Gigabyte from last year. This is it. The X3D AI Top. The futuristic motherboard from Gigabyte. The motherboard that has a cover for PCIe slots if you're not going to use them. There you go. And it has a channel cooling system for the DDR5. For extreme DDR5 overclocking. Extreme. Look at that Gen 5 SSD heatsink. That thing, okay, man, they gotta show me some other pictures of that heatsink. Look at the thickness on that heatsink. Look how tall. Look at how that SSD heatsink jets out. It sticks way out. Look at that big anodized heat pipe right there. That big anodized heat pipe. That thick heat pipe. Look at the girth on that Gen 5 SSD heatsink. Remember what I said earlier when we started talking about Gigabyte? I said the one thing Gigabyte does better than all the other brands, SSD cooling. Gigabyte has always been the best at passively cooling Gen 5 SSDs. And this solidifies that claim. They can do it. They can do it. Look at that thick boy heatsink right there. Look at that. Look at that cover for the DDR5. This is for channelizing the airflow over the DDR5 for active cooling for the memory. So you can push the memory to the max. Ultimate performance on the DDR5. The postcode debug is on here. Now, I don't know how it displays. I just know that it has one. I just don't know if it displays over here or if it's like over here somewhere. I really would like to know though. Here's where it gets even more wacky though. Like this motherboard has 2 buttons, 2 quick disconnects. Not one, it has dual quick disconnects for because it expects you to run 2 graphics cards. You're either running one 5090 or 2 5090s or one RTX Pro 6000. This is the ultimate. Or you're running dual RTX Pro 6000 Max Q. So, dude, what is this? Look at that, fully toolless connectors for all the heats. Actually, I don't know about this one. I think this one is probably on the other side. There's probably some kind of pull tab somewhere to undo the, I don't know how that comes off actually. Anyway, they got one giant plate. Actually, is this 2 plates? I'm not sure. This thing looks pretty complicated. Not gonna lie, this thing looks complicated. Full back plate. Obviously, it's gonna have a back plate. It better have a back. If it's gonna look like this, it better have a back plate. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't make a motherboard look like this on the front and then you like not have a back plate on the back. Like that's just straight up wrong. So, okay, and then here we go. Look at the back of this thing. What is this? What is this? Ignition? What is that? Like, what does that even do? Like, is that a clear CMOS? I don't know what's going on there. Where's the normal clear CMOS? There's a Q flash and an ignition button. What is that? I guess it's a programmable button in the BIOS. All right, line out, mic in, optical audio with an included DAC, included optical digital audio DAC, and then you have HDMI, triple monitors, dual USB 4. Love to see it. Every USB Type A is 10 gig USB Type A, 320 megahertz Wi-Fi 7, dual 10 gig LAN, and 20 gigabit USB-C plus the 10 gig USB-C. So same deal as the Aorus Master. And they give you this whole row down here of Type A at the bottom. So 2, 4, 6, 8 Type A, 4 Type C, 2 are 40 gig, one's 20 gig, one's 10 gig. I like it. It's like, okay, I can't criticize it, man. Like, okay, they did nothing wrong, you know, like they get full marks. All right, here we have power, reset, and some other button that I can barely see what that says, but there's some kind of special button there. The postcode debug either lights up here, or it lights up here, like on the Godlike. I know that they have the postcode debug though, because if we go in here, we go look at the block diagram on this thing. This is the most futuristic looking motherboard. I'm not gonna lie, that thing looks so cool. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, see, it has the Dr. Debug, so it's got the postcode debug, so it means it's probably transparent through that shroud thing or whatever. Okay, oh, clear CMOS. Okay, clear CMOS is that third button. I don't know if I like that. I mean, at least it has the clear CMOS button. I would have preferred the clear CMOS be on the back, so I don't have to open the case if I have to clear the CMOS. But whatever. Okay, they've got a clear CMOS button. Dual 10 gigs. One thing that I will point out about Gigabyte. Up until now, every 10 gigabit LAN that I've seen on all these consumer motherboards have been by Marvell. Gigabyte is the first that I'm seeing actually opting to use the Realtek 10 gigabit LAN. I've never seen a motherboard with a 10 gig Realtek LAN in the consumer space before. So this is either a brand new network interface card from Realtek, and Gigabyte has decided to go with this over the Marvell, which is the tried and true, or it's some other, I don't know, like they're just going Realtek as a second supplier or something. One thing I will say though, it's gotten to the point where Realtek, for me, in my environment, for some reason, Realtek works better than the Intel NIC. For some reason, if I'm running my Intel, if I have an Intel NIC, like for example, this computer that I'm using right now, it has an Intel 2.5 gig NIC and a 5 gig Realtek NIC. The 5 gig Realtek NIC will work all the way, it'll work through the wall wires all the way down to the switch. The Intel one won't work. It won't come up. It won't negotiate with the other end over these long cable runs. And keep in mind, these cable runs are not Cat 5e. They're not Cat 6. They're definitely not Cat 7. I'm using modified, ancient Cat 5, if that, cabling to get 2.5 gig speeds. And for whatever reason, the Intel NIC doesn't like going over some weird modded Cat 5-ish cable, questionable, let's just say questionable quality Ethernet cable. The Intel NIC doesn't like it. It doesn't come up. It'll if I download, it'll like die out. Disconnected. Network down. Like, what are you doing? Google Ping works on the laptop. What's going on here, man? It's an Intel NIC problem. I go plug it into the 5 gig Realtek, negotiates 2.5, works totally fine over this questionable cable quality. You know what I'm saying? So Realtek, to me, at least for the motherboards that I've been using, Realtek has been working way more reliably than the Intel NIC. So I don't know, man. I've never had a problem with the Realtek NICs on my questionable, not quite Cat 5 cable, which is I modified to run 2.5 gigabit speed, and Realtek can take it. Realtek's like, I can take it. You're like the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy. I can take it, man. Realtek's like, I can take it. Intel's like, I can't do it. I'm too fragile. It's not going to work. I'm not even going to try. You know, like, so I don't know what it is about the Intel NIC, but to me, the Realtek ones have been performing better. At least the current generation ones. So if I'm going over a long cable run, like if I'm running from one end of the house all the way to the other end of the house where the router is, Realtek can do it through the walls. And remember, guys, the wall cabling that I'm using is not Cat 5 cabling. It's definitely not Cat 5e. It's worse than Cat 5. The wall cabling that I'm working with was wired originally for 10 megabit or at best 100 meg. And I modified it to do 1 gig. And I can push 2.5 gig through it, no problem with the Realtek NIC. But I can't do it with the Intel one for some weird reason. So I don't know, man. I guess the Intel one just doesn't want to work. These Intel, I mean, let me see. What is the name of this Intel adapter? I'll tell you which one to avoid. The ones that they put in these motherboards. Intel Intel Ethernet controller i226-V. i226-V is garbage. That is a garbage Intel NIC. It cannot handle 2.5 gig negotiation over garbage cable. But Realtek can. We're literally streaming over the Realtek right now on this garbage cable at 2.5 gig speed. Just saying. So, yeah. Okay, so anyway, there's some kind of Realtek 10 gig NIC that they're going with dual of those, so that's cool. And then here they have included in the box an optical DAC. This is in the box with the AI Top X 3D. So if you buy this motherboard, you get the DAC right here. It's a separate thing, but it's there. All right, let's take a look at this block diagram. So again, dual 5090s with no lane sharing. And then you have the same thing as the master. They basically copied all of the MSI style for all the modern boards. And it's basically the same thing. The one difference down here on the master, this was a 5 gig Realtek on the master. Here it's a 10 gig, and they need one lane of Gen 4 to achieve 10 gigabit speed. So that's 1, 2, Gen 4, 5, 6. Oh, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, plus 4. That's all 8 Gen 4 lanes. The Gen 3 lane, one of them here, probably one of them here, and I don't know what they do with the other two. So they're kind of like wasting lanes. And that's the one thing that I don't like about some of these Gigabyte boards, and it's unfortunate that they did that. That's going to put this guy here. But I don't know, like, they had lanes, man. They could have used those lanes. So it's going to either be A or S. It doesn't do anything, like, super out of the ordinary. I mean, the one thing that it does, though, that's probably redeeming it into S tier is the memory chamber. Assuming that works the way that they claim it works. So if we go to key features here. So what do they got here? CPU thermal matrix, X3D turbo mode, front 65 watt, DDR Wind Blade Extreme. Out of all these things, the Wind Blade Extreme is fascinating. So they have a fan right there at the top of the motherboard directing the air either away or down or something, like they're doing something with it. 9-degree lower temperature on DDR5. That's really good. So that right there, that chamber included, I would say, redeems the fact that it wasted 2 lanes of Gen 3. I mean, they could have given you 4 SATA. They could have easily done 4 SATA. They would have done 2 SATA here and 2 SATA down here. So they, I don't know, maybe, okay, this is taking 1 Gen 3 or 2 Gen 3. Okay, I don't know. Maybe they're not wasting lanes because I see this here. This is taking probably the 2 Gen 3. This is probably the other 2 Gen, yeah, that's 2 Gen 3, 2 Gen 3. So they basically waste 1 lane, I guess. Yeah, unless, yeah, they're wasting 1 lane. So there's 1 lane. I mean, there's really not a whole lot they could have done with that. I mean, they could have given you an X1 PCIe slot Gen 3. I don't know. I guess the RAM cooling makes up for that. So I'll give them the S. I'll give Gigabyte the S. I know that they tried hard. They tried hard to redeem themselves, so I'm going to give this an S. Just because I could tell they put a lot of work into this board. It has unique features that you can't find on others, namely the RAM chamber, the, 5 SSDs? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 SSDs, 2 Gen 5, 3 Gen 4. This Gen 4 is only 2 lanes, that's fine. So that's going to give you like a Gen 3 speed if you're running a Gen 4 SSD in there. So, that, okay. Not bad. Good board. Probably expensive though. Probably like $1,000 or something, if I had to guess. Because the Aorus Master, or the Aorus Extreme, this is an $800 motherboard. I would assume this is like a $900 to $1,000. It's a cool board though. It's one of those like flagship Halo type products. Yeah, it's S. It's S. It's not S plus, but it's S. Yeah. I wish the clear CMOS was on the back. And I wish they would have figured out something with that last lane, potentially an X1 or something. I don't know. Like, I just don't like it when motherboards have wasted resources they just don't use, especially when you pay so much money. That hurts it from being S plus. So yeah, this is an S tier motherboard. Cool motherboard though. Dual quick disconnects. I'm not sure how people are gonna do cable management here. This thing is like so close to that button. I mean, you have to bend this cable to go up. That USB 3.2 cable. Really good heat sinks though. Yeah, this is like a really interesting looking motherboard. Anyway, guys, that's all the motherboards. So that covers everything in terms of what's new for 2025 on the X870E. I saw someone mention Tachyon. Tachyon is X870. X870 is a different class because you're grading motherboards that only have one chip. You can't. It's not fair to compare those with ones that have two chips because the single chip motherboards will never be able to match the I/O and the PCIe connectivity and the M.2 connectivity that the dual chipsets offer without significant compromises in certain aspects. So if we're gonna consider the Tachyon, we would have to do that on another stream where we focus only on X870 motherboards. The Tachyon OCF board is the best. I might do a new build since I have all the parts. Everything is magnets with this board? Really? Well, they would have to have some kind of something better than a magnet to hold this SSD on here. There's probably some kind of clip. There's clips or something. It looks like there's a clip in there. Yeah, see, it looks like there's a clip that holds the... That is one cool looking board, though. That's nice. It's always cool to look at these flagship motherboards. So basically, the highest end motherboards, Gigabyte has the Extreme X3D AI top. ASUS has the ROG Crosshair Extreme. ASRock, I mean, ASRock technically doesn't have anything as expensive as any of these, but their newest best board is the OCF, and it happens to be S plus. And kind of one of the reasons why ASRock ends up always seeming to get S plus is because, first of all, they don't charge an exorbitant amount of money for stuff like backplates, postcode debugs, you know, that kind of thing. And they give you a bunch of SSDs without taking lanes from the GPU. I feel like some people might not care that they're running their GPU at half lanes, but you know what? If you're running your GPU at half lanes because you need to max out your SSDs, well, now you can't run a second you can't run a second graphics card. This motherboard can do 6 SSDs and 2 graphics cards, no problem. So that's the reason why I feel like this motherboard just has the wow factor, man. Like, someone who really knows motherboards just starts talking about this, and it's just like, it's hard for the other motherboards to keep up. You know what I'm saying? It's just the value. The value is just straight up there. Like, it's hard to argue against that. So yeah, to me this list looks pretty accurate. So the worst performers are these 2 new MSI boards and that new ASUS TUF board, and then the ASUS ProArt got downgraded because it has no postcode debug. It also doesn't really, you can't really do like big GPUs in here because of the way the slot placement works out if you want to use all your PCIe slots. This new ASUS board, the Dash H, is kind of lame. The old Gigabyte boards are not that good. The new Gigabyte boards are way, way better. The Extreme from ASUS is kind of middle of the pack for the Extreme motherboards. So in terms of like flagship boards, Godlike, AI Top, X3D, Extreme, I mean, ASRock doesn't have anything that expensive, but like ASRock's one new board is up here. So I feel like ASUS, I guess ASUS performed the worst and MSI was kind of better, or maybe ASUS and MSI performed the same. Gigabyte performed significantly better than last year, which makes them perform about the same as ASUS and MSI. And then ASRock is still the value king. I mean, that's kind of what this list looks like to me. Just summarizing it, just looking at everything. The dual QDC. Dual QDC is a killer feature. What's QDC? What's QDC? Oh, quick disconnect. Oh, yeah. Yeah, on the Gigabyte. Yeah, because, I mean, these guys are innovating. You got to give them the high scores because they're innovating. ASRock's doing six SSDs with no lane sharing to the GPU, man. Like, and they're not pricing $1,000 for their board. Like, I mean, what are you gonna say against that? And then this guy, dual quick disconnect, RAM chamber cooling, active cooling for the memory, looks really futuristic. You know, like dual 10 gig LAN. This is like the ultimate enthusiast home lab style motherboard. This and the Godlike are. The Godlike is getting a refresh though, but still, like the Godlike had a whole bunch of problems. We all know about that. Anyone who was interested in buying the Godlike, without even buying the Godlike, you were exposed to all the issues if you did your research on the Godlike. So even now, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud, like as someone who has used all four brands over the years, the one who I've had the least amount of problems with currently is ASRock. Contrary to what you might hear other people say about ASRock motherboards, I haven't had any issue with ASRock motherboards at all. Like, I have never opened a support ticket with ASRock. I've opened lots of support tickets with Gigabyte, and I've got mixed results. I've opened some support tickets with MSI, and mostly it was a positive experience, except for one time where they told me they don't test third-party devices. I'm like, well, if you don't test third-party devices, how do you verify that any random device that someone buys is going to work with your motherboard? You know what I'm saying? So, like, that was not a good response from them. But overall, like, they handled my RMA of my dynamic dashboard really well. So they get top marks for that. Gigabyte, they had a lot of weird issues with, like, wake from sleep and USB 4 and Thunderbolt and all this stuff. And they fixed some of the problems and ignored some of the other ones. And then they like did BIOS updates that broke features and caused regression problems again. So Gigabyte has a kind of a mixed bag in terms of BIOS bugs, as far as I'm concerned. And that's for both Intel and AMD based motherboards. Like Alder Lake, Gigabyte, Alder Lake Z690 on Gigabyte was a nightmare for the first like 4 months. Just saying. Because the whole anti-cheat E-core, P-core thing and the Gigabyte BIOS wasn't managing something correctly with how the OS, the hypervisor OS layer to the kernel level, you know, like there was all kinds of weird problems. I don't need to bore anyone with the technical details on that, but suffice it to say, Gigabyte fixed most of the issues most of the time, and Gigabyte has the best post times typically, unless you're running 3.5-inch hard drives. Then they're the slowest, but especially on Intel. But they're pretty good overall, I would say. They have a decent track record, at least in the last 5 years or so. And then MSI, I just said, okay, ASUS. ASUS, for me personally, ASUS has been good. Like, I've heard a lot of people complain about ASUS, but I have actually yet to have a significant problem with ASUS. I did have one ticket that I opened up with ASUS early last year regarding the USB 4 add-in card support, or the Thunderbolt 4 card on Threadripper, and they were not able to really help me. They tried to, but they weren't able to, if that makes sense. But anyway, it worked itself out eventually, because eventually they launched the USB 4 card, And I mean, I had to import one from Japan because you couldn't get one in the US for some reason. But I was able to do that at the end of the day. And that fixed all the problems. And then once it works, it works. So it's like, the problem with ASUS is if it's not working, it's just not going to work. But if it is working, it's going to work. Some of these guys, ASRock assumes everything works, and then but it's not like, they didn't test it. It works, but your mileage may vary with certain things, like Thunderbolt 4, for example. But I haven't really had any problems with ASRock, so... Would you make a B850? I don't see the point in doing B850 because if someone is thinking about buying a B850, I would tell them to save up money to get an X870. If you want to consider yourself an enthusiast, you should be looking at X870 or X870E, not B850. B850 is going to give you lower quality motherboards. Typically, you're going to get 6-layer boards. You're not going to get a lot of Gen 5. You're not going to be able to push high memory speeds. Or if you are going to attempt to do that, you're going to have a lot of a harder time doing so. And even then, it's not guaranteed. So that's the reason why I don't personally like B850. The other thing is you're not going to get access to things like asynchronous E-clock. You're not going to get access to all the pure Gen 5 bandwidth. Some people might not care about the Gen 5 bandwidth, but in 2 or 3 years, you're probably going to wish you had Gen 5 bandwidth because everyone's new GPU is going to be Gen 5, and here you're going to be stuck on a motherboard that has Gen 4. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I don't really advocate for B850. I could make a B850 tier list, but I said this at the beginning of the stream, like, I personally would not spend my own money on a B850 motherboard. So if I'm not going to buy one, I don't feel like it would be... It seems disingenuous to try to, like, create content around something that I personally wouldn't spend money on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of weird. I mean, if there's enough demand for it, I'll make the video. But I personally do not think... If someone's looking at B850, it's like, why don't you just save up a little bit more? Because the difference between a B850 and an X870 is like, what, $20 to $50? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, you're going to use that motherboard for like 3 years, 5 years, maybe 7 years. Is that extra $20 going to be worth it? Probably over the course of that period of time. So that's the reason why I don't really pay much attention to B850, to be honest. This is where it's at. This is definitely the content for enthusiasts, though. X870. Anyone considering like a legit, respectable build, these are the choices. Not B850. I mean, let's look at some random B850 motherboard. Let's just pull up a random one. Someone give me a B850 motherboard name. Let's just find a B850 board. Like, what's a B850 motherboard? B850 Aorus what? Aorus, is there an Aorus Elite? Okay, let's look at this random one. Okay, let's look at this. Let's look at B850. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what we got. I pull up some random B850. Let's see what we got here. How many layers does this have? Is this 8 layers? If they don't tell you, it's probably 6. 6-layer PCB. You're not going to be running DDR5 8000 on this. That is not going to work. I can tell you that right now. And if you're going to run 4 sticks of memory, you're going to be running DDR5 4800 on this motherboard. Just saying. So this is what I mean by there's a lot of compromises that are made when you go with these lower tier products. Because there's a lot of cost cutting. There's a lot of corners being cut here and there. So let's see what they do. Okay, they might be doing Gen 5 though. Let's see. It's not mandatory, but they could be doing it. So let's see. Expansion slots. Okay. So if you have a Zen 5 or Zen 4, you're getting Gen 5 X16 for the GPU. That's good. That's good. It's not a mandatory feature. It means that the motherboard manufacturer chose to go above and beyond and give you Gen 5 on a B850 because AMD doesn't require Gen 5 to the GPU on B850. And this is another reason why I don't like B850 because there's too much random variability in what the motherboard manufacturer can decide to do. Like Gigabyte just so happened to go all out and do Gen 5 on the GPU when they didn't have to, but they're going to charge you for that. And the thing is, if you're going to pay extra for X16 on a B850, why didn't you just buy X870 in the first place and guarantee certain things? You know what I'm saying? Like an 8-layer PCB, so better memory stability, better memory overclocking. You know, there's just so many. There's like a there's a gap between B850 and X870 in terms of quality, and that's the reason why I don't really pay attention to these. All right, let's keep going. So you get 2 off the chipset supporting Gen 3. So no Gen 4, Gen 3, and it's 1 lane each. So these are not going to be useful for, you cannot do 10 gig LAN. You cannot, you know what I mean? Like the only thing I can think of that would go in an X1 Gen 3 is like a 1080p capture card or a sound card. I mean, that's literally the only thing I can think of that I can see myself actually putting in one of those slots. Okay, so here we have a Gen 5 SSD. That's mandatory on B850. So your 1 Gen 5 SSD is mandated. The rest can be whatever. So you get 1 Gen 5 and one Gen 4. So 1 Gen 5, 1 Gen 4, 1 Gen 4. So you get 3. So you get 3 SSDs. 3 SSDs. That's pretty standard. 1 Gen 5 and 2 Gen 4. 4 SATA. That's pretty standard. And then so you're gonna have okay. You have 8 lanes of Gen 4. So here's 4 of them. Here's the other 4 of them. RAID is only okay. RAID is only for SATA. And then no USB 4 from what I can tell. And yeah, because USB 4 is not mandatory on B850 either. So there's no USB 4. So you don't get your 40 gigabit USB 4. And a lot of people are like, well, why is that useful? Man, how long has this stream been? I feel like I need to... we're going to have to talk about Thunderbolt next week. USB 4 is basically Thunderbolt. So you're giving up Thunderbolt capability by going with B850 versus like X870. And some people are like, well, I'll never use Thunderbolt. Well, you know, okay, that means you can't do you can't do external capture cards that have no latency. You can't, well, eGPUs are kind of gimmicky and those are really for mobile, so we'll skip that. But, you know, like you're basically losing features that people who paid like $20, $30 more for X870 have. Like, I don't know. Like to me it just seems like bad value. From a value standpoint, B850 is not offering good value. Unless this motherboard is like $100 or something. Like, I don't know, man. Like, let me see. Let's just look at the block diagram. Like, let's look at this. So, okay. So, 3 M.2s. Keep in mind that when we were looking at X870E, a lot of these new boards have like 5 SSDs on them. 5 M.2s. B850, 3 M.2s. 3 M.2s. And you have an X1 and another X1. These are like basically useless. I can't run 10 gig network cards on here. I mean, I can't run my 4K capture card in here. Like, that's not enough bandwidth. Like, this is basically useless. This feels like I'm buying something from like pre-pandemic. And we're about to go into 2026. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I don't like B850. Because every time I look at them, it's just like, what is this thing? This has got like specs that are kind of like X570 from like 6 years ago. Like, I don't know, man. This to me is like, what are we doing here? Okay, but here's your Gen 5. So they're giving you your Gen 5. No lane sharing, so that's good. Okay, there's the second SSD. Normally, so here's the difference. If this was X870, This second SSD would be Gen 5 because it's mandatory Gen 5. And there would be USB 4 mandatory on this bus. So it's basically they're not giving you the bus. So, I mean, they're probably not going to charge for it. So it's going to be cheaper. And then, okay, there's a display port on the back. That's cool. There's an HDMI on the back. So you can run dual monitors off the back. Not triple. You can run dual. You can run like triple or quad or 5 or whatever on the back on those other ones because the USB 4. And then here's this Gen 4. You have 8 lanes of Gen 4 and 4 lanes of Gen 3. So all 4 Gen 3 lanes go to all 4 SATA. So that leaves 8 lanes of Gen 4. Here's half of those lanes. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, everything is in use. However, Gigabyte is not actually cranking this thing up to Gen 4. They're actually, like I'm saying, they're cost cutting. They're not saying it officially, but what they're doing is they're shortchanging. Instead of giving you Gen 4 bandwidth down here, they're giving you Gen 3 when they're supposed to give you Gen 4. And this is what I mean by too much cost cutting, too much inconsistent behavior from the manufacturers when it comes to these lower end motherboards. Because they could have easily, you know, what they could have done to make this much better. They could have given you a like they could have given you like either two X1 Gen 4, or what they could have done, which would have been better, is an X2 Gen 3 or Gen 4. Either one, doesn't matter, would be significantly better than what they're doing here. So I don't like what they're doing here. I personally would not spend my money on this. Even if this was like sub $200, I wouldn't buy this. And then it doesn't have postcode debug either, I bet. I'm willing to bet this doesn't have postcode debug. No postcode debug. I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it. If you're considering this, just save up a little bit more and just get the X870 Elite. You'll thank me later, man. Like, for real. The difference in money is so negligible to not have it. Exactly. That is my reasoning for not doing much content on B850. Because if somebody wants, like, let's look at the price of these. Let's okay. Undo this. Filter it by AM5. Where's I want to filter this by socket. I don't want to see any of the AM4 stuff. AM5. Okay, let's look at the cheapest motherboard, lowest price from Micro Center. Okay, this isn't even B850. That's not B850. That's not what, these are like old motherboards from the previous generation. Okay. So these aren't even B850. So where's the B850 boards? Okay, we have to sort by B850 now. B850. Okay, let's take a look at this. $140 is not even full ATX. All right, here we go. Gigabyte B850 Gaming X. Doesn't have Wi-Fi 7. Probably doesn't have USB 4. I mean, I'm guessing it doesn't have USB 4. Let's see. No USB 4. It has PS by 2 because they think that it's someone who probably is using like some old computer with an old keyboard and they're upgrading after like 20 years or something. All right, no optical audio, but that line in could come in handy. Dual monitors. I mean, no clear CMOS button. 2, 4, 6, 7. Okay, it's got a good amount of USB Type A. 110 gig USB-C, 110 gig USB-A, a 2.5 gig. I mean, I personally would not buy this. I wouldn't buy this, guys. I'm just, $150, I wouldn't buy it. You know why? Because the sad thing is you could probably get, like, you could get a higher end used motherboard with the same amount of money that has more stuff than this. Just saying. So, that's why. That's why it's a tough spot for B850 to be in. So, okay, it looks to me like the price range is from $140 to $200. Like, what's the most expensive one? Okay. An overclocker board. But see, this is a specialist board. Okay, this is kind of an exception, guys. Because this is for overclockers. This is not a bad motherboard for what it's supposed to be used for. But this is not for like a gamer. A gamer shouldn't buy this. $350. This is for an overclocker who knows what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not for a gamer. Like, a small form factor, maybe, but even then, like, why? Like, I don't know. $350. Would you spend $350 on this? I mean, if I was gonna do some kind of weird, like, oh, I want to make a custom overclocker, put dry ice on this, put a chiller on this, maybe I would buy this. But that's because it's too dim and I want to push 8,000 plus DDR5 speeds. But I wouldn't buy this for practical reasons. B850 AI top. B850 AI top. Okay, I mean, let's look at this. I mean, I'm just going to go straight to the block diagram. I'm just going to skip all this stuff and go straight to the diagram. That'll tell me everything I need to know. B850 AI top, let's see. 1, 2, 3 SSDs. You get dual 10 gig LAN. That's okay. Okay. Alright, so you get your dual GPU. You get 2 Gen 5 SSDs. That's nice. And then a 10... Wait, okay, there's already 2 10 gig LANs. They're the Marvell ones. They both take 2 lanes of Gen 3. So wait a minute, why is there... Why is it... This is confusing. So basically, this is 2 lane Gen 3, Gen 3. This is supposed to be Gen 3, but this is actually Gen 4. Or... I don't know what's happening here. Like, this is physically impossible. Unless they're taking... One of these is actually Gen 4 lanes. So, wait. These are the Gen... There's 4 Gen 3 lanes total on this chipset. All 4 of them are going to these SATA. Which means everything else is basically Gen 4. You only need 2 lanes of Gen 3. They're wasting 2 lanes of Gen 4 to do 10 gig, which is totally fine, because that's all they're doing. So 10 gig, that's 2, 4, 5... 6, 7, 1 lane is going here probably. So, okay, so they're using all the lanes, because this is a 20 gig USB that's taking 1 lane, 2 lane, 2 lane. So yeah, everything is used. I mean, it's cool. 2 Gen 5 SSDs, 1 Gen 4 SSD, but it only 2 lanes. So, and you don't need to add a 10 gig, so this X2 slot is kind of redundant and pointless. Man, I'm really waiting to see some new capture cards that only take 2 lanes of Gen 4. Like, that'll be the thing. Like, 8K capture cards. We need to start seeing some 8K capture cards or something. So anyway, this might be some kind of futuristic, big brain motherboard that no one realizes is good today, but eventually ends up actually being awesome. But the reason why that's probably not true is because this doesn't have an X4, so you can't add Thunderbolt, or you can't add USB 4, and there's no USB 4 to begin with. So that's kind of a deal breaker in my mind. But it's kind of like the old B650E, because you have a lot of Gen 5 up here. So that's kind of interesting. So not terrible, but not amazing at all. I mean, the gimmick is the dual 10 gig LAN. So maybe for someone's home lab, I guess, they want to connect this to a NAS, and they want to connect this to the Switch. Like a direct connect, but do you even need that if you have a Switch? That's 10 gig. Like, I don't know, you know? Ether channel, anyone? Who knows? So, it's okay, but, you know, it's not, this is not anything amazing, is what I'm telling you. Like, I'd still save up and get an X870 myself, like, over this. There's just too much variability. I mean, this might be an okay board. It might be an 8-layer board. Who knows? 8-layer PCB, okay. It's cool, but I mean, I'd still rather get a X870. I don't know, man. it's interesting, but I still don't recommend it. I mean, I can see some use cases where this would be fine. If you absolutely are never ever planning to use USB 4, then I guess it's okay. But again, it makes it feel very last gen. Like buying a motherboard soon to be 2026 without USB 4 on the motherboard when we're already looking when USB 4 version 2 is on the horizon for the next like Intel Thunderbolt 5 add-in cards are starting to roll out. You know what I'm saying? Like Thunderbolt 5 is becoming a thing. Thunderbolt 5 is USB 4 version 2, aka 80 gigabit USB 4. Like that is already a thing now. And this motherboard will never support that. There's no way to add that. It doesn't have 40 gig. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's just too many drawbacks. There's just too many drawbacks with B850. And the reason, like, I'm trying to get people to think about things. I'm trying to get people to think about, like, when you choose a motherboard, you need to think outside the box. Don't just think, oh, I don't need USB 4, or oh, I'm not going to run dual 5090s. I don't need to spend for that. I mean, okay, if not that, then okay, that's great. That means you don't need to spend $1,000 on a motherboard. But you could spend $300 on a motherboard and get a complete motherboard that has all the features that you'll use day one, and features that you don't even know you'll need sometime down the line. You know, you don't know how you might expand your computers in the future. Like, so to me, I can't buy a motherboard without USB 4. Like for me, there's like a minimum standard that motherboards have to have. Z890 has USB 4. X870 has USB 4. X870E has USB 4. B850 doesn't have USB 4. Now there might be some that do, but do you really want to waste so much extra cycles researching like, oh, does this motherboard have USB 4? Does it have 8-layer PCB? Like, the bottom line is if you start questioning like, does the motherboard have 8 layers? Does the motherboard have USB 4? Does the motherboard have Gen 5, etc.? If you're looking at a B850 board and you're trying to figure out, does this B850 board have all these things? Why don't you just forget about B850 and just start with X870? Because X870 already, like, it checks all the boxes. Like, you don't have to do all those extra research steps. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, you just shortcut straight to, like, what matters. That's what I mean. You don't think there's any B850 that has... Okay. Well, a lot of them don't have Gen 5, you know? So, like I'm saying, it feels like looking at a product that is last gen. It doesn't look current gen to me. It definitely doesn't look next gen. It doesn't even look current gen. It looks like last gen. Yeah, though, I mean, X3D, the Gigabyte X3s are probably like the best new motherboards. So these are probably where I would start if I was trying to build now. The Master, and the Master's gonna be expensive, but the Elite and the Pro, man, like these are the ones, and they have X870 versions of the Elite and the Pro X3. I think I'm pretty sure there's like a non-E, but like how much is this? Do we even look at this? Well, I'll make this go to dark mode. X870E. Like, okay, look at this. Hold on. Get rid of, well, we'll just leave here. Whatever. Okay, all these B850s is going to be in the low price range. Let's see, where does it start changing? At what point does it change over? See, these B850s are over 200 already. Once they're over 200, then definitely it's like, you really need to look at X8. Actually, what am I doing? X870 is not included. I should get rid of X870E. Let's just look at X870 versus B850. Okay, look at this. There's an X870 for sub 200. But there was some B850s that were over 200. So you see what I'm saying? Like the Live Mixer B850, the Eagle B850, but then all of a sudden, what is this? What is this? Micro Center has a B850 MSI Pro with some kind of arbitrary sale price, but then they have oh, that's a refurb, that's why. These are refurb. B850 refurb, like, okay. B850, okay, here's one. X870, same price as this B850M, so $190 for this. This is missing a bunch of M.2 heatsinks, though. There's the tough B850. There's the X870 Pro from MSI for $200. So it looks like X870 starts around $200 then. Yeah. Okay, I understand now where the price changes. So sub 200, that's your B850s, and then your 200 to 400 is probably or 200 to 300 something is probably X870, and then X870E is basically anything from like 250 to 1,000 plus, basically. So that's the reason why I emphasize X870E so much, because X870E has the widest price range, and it'll have the biggest feature set compared to all the other ones. Yeah. I don't know. As an enthusiast, I gotta go X870E. Like that's my I just have to save up. I just gotta save up for X870E. I mean, that's what I would do. X870 is okay, but I need like 4 M.2s minimum. You know what I'm saying? Like 4 M.2s minimum, or 5. And nowadays, I kind of want to run dual GPUs. Just saying. Doesn't have to be the same GPU. It could be some old GPU plus some new GPU. You know what I'm saying? So, but not everyone's priorities are the same. Everyone has different use cases. Everyone has different priorities. That's the reason why, like, I get these comments on my motherboard videos all the time, like, oh, what motherboard do you recommend for me? I'm like, what do you want me to say, man? Like, godlike? Like, what? The extreme? Like, without knowing the context, without knowing the use case, like, what am I going to do? I'm just going to, like, arbitrarily pick some random motherboard and just recommend that? Like, you know, there's no such thing as, oh, what motherboard should I get? No, it's based off of how someone is going to use their computer. What are they going to plug into their computer? Do they value storage? Do they value PCIe slots more? Do they value SATA ports? Because I had one guy tell me that he needed a motherboard that had like 6 to 8 SATA ports. And I'm like, it's 2025, my guy. Like, why are you trying to run 8 SATA port? Like, what are you doing? Is this like a home? You're better off like using an old motherboard. Like, what? Like, I mean, I literally just did that like 2 or 3 weeks ago using an older motherboard that had 6 SATA ports. But I'm just saying, like, sometimes I get the weirdest requests from people. Like, I need 8 SATA. I need 6 SATA. Like, it's required. I'm like, SATA? Like, what? Like, why don't you just, I don't know. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So, it looks to me like $200 is the line. Once you go above 200, you're in X870 territory. If you're under 200, you're in B850 territory. So if you can save around $200 to $250, that, I think, could get you an X870 motherboard. You should just get a... Well, yeah, I know, but these people don't want to do that. You know what I'm saying? They want to run it on, like, a Windows computer, and they just want to run that as their NAS. And they're like, I need it, like, what, like, recommend me a motherboard that has 8 SATA. And I'm like, there isn't one. There's none. There's none. I mean, there's some that have 6. Like, ASRock has some that have 6. But 8? Who needs 8 SATA drives in a desktop in 2025? let alone 2026. In the scheme of a PC build, an extra 150 is just negligible. I wouldn't consider my time worth little enough to take the time to min-max and this with a USB. You have a Hero. You have the Hero with most of those features, and the only cable connected is the HDMI. Wait, what? You're using the HDMI on the back of the motherboard? I mean, a lot of these... Yeah, the only problem with X870... It does seem like with B850, there are no motherboards that have postcode debugs. Yeah. Like, the Tomahawk B850 doesn't have the postcode debug, but it has it on the X870 and the X870E. And look at that, 207, like, okay, this is a really good example, actually. I'm going to use this as the example. Like, okay, look at this. What the heck? Look at this. The B850, someone might be, this is where people can fall into these pitfalls, right? And basically, like, miss out on a better deal. So look, if somebody thinks they can save money by getting a B850 because some rando on the internet tells them, don't look at X870. You don't need X870. You're wasting money. It's overpriced. Get B850. You'll be totally fine with B850. You can do everything with B850 that you can do with X870. All that is complete garbage advice and completely wrong. But you know, there's probably a ton of people out there that would say stuff like that. So let's take a look at this. B850 Mag Tomahawk. $276 for B850. No postcode debug. I guess it has 4 SSDs, but it's probably 3 SSDs. Look at the back I/O. Bare bones stuff. No USB 4. Only 2 10 gig Type A. At least it has a clear CMOS. At least it has 5 gig LAN. Okay, that's $276 at Micro Center. Micro Center typically has the best deals. Look at this. MSI X870 Mag Tomahawk. So for, what is that? What is that, like $35, $30 more? You get the postcode debug. You get guaranteed Gen 5 bandwidth. You get 8-layer PCB. You get dedicated USB 4 dual 40 gigabit with display out, so you can run triple monitors off of integrated. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just goes on and on from there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, for what is that? $30 for an additional $30 in the grand scheme of things. Look at the difference. The world of difference that just $30 does. But here's where it gets hilarious. X870E on sale. For less money than B850. Look at that. This is better than this. And it's cheaper. And it's way better than this. Now you're getting first class. Now you're in first class. This is first class. This is second class. This is third class. You know what I'm saying? We got third class for $200. You can buy a third class ticket for $276, or a second class ticket for $310, or you can capitalize on this sale and get first class ticket for $260. So this is why, like, if I'm gonna build a new PC, I start with the highest end chipset and I look for the best deal. That's what I do. And this is like a prime example of, like, always look at the higher end chipset first. Don't start at the bottom and work your way up. Start at the top and work your way down. Look at what the best is, and look through the range of the best, and then settle on what you can afford or what you can save up for. That's how I do it. I mean, that's how I have like all these PCs. I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna go and buy like this thing because it's like, why? It's like, no, I wouldn't spend 200 whatever on this. Like, of course not. But yeah, like if I was doing a new build now, this is the big brain play. This is like the obvious choice, but it's super obvious. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is an easy example that proves my point. When do the new motherboards go on sale? They should go on sale now. Black Friday sales, early access Black Friday deals are starting this weekend. From Micro Center, Newegg is already rolling their Black November deals, so they're already available. You just gotta look for they're rolling deals, guys. Like this one just popped. The Mag Tomahawk X870E version literally just popped up. It just dropped $130, or okay, that's a fake price. It's not 300. It's not normally. Micro Center does this. They put these arbitrary numbers on, like, oh, you're saving this amount of money. It's the normal price of this is not $390. The normal price of this is more like $310 or something, or $320, something like that. So it's like, it's still a good amount off though. You're still saving like $60 or $70 on a motherboard. So yeah, this is an excellent deal though. Considering what memory prices are right now, this is a good deal for a really good motherboard. So yeah. But yeah, you gotta check. You gotta keep checking Newegg. I don't know where you're gonna be buying your motherboards from, but Newegg, Micro Center, those are my #1 choices. Amazon is always like number 3. Sometimes Amazon can match Newegg, but you know, Micro Center, I gotta support Micro Center when I can. So it's like, it's always better to go to Micro Center and talk to the people, because sometimes they'll also point you to like other things that you can bundle up and save more money. So. You think Newegg has the ASRock Nova for the same price? X870 Nova. Oh yeah, whoa, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's 280. This is normally 350. 350 is a normal price. $70 off. That's good. This has 5 M.2 slots. This is still S tier because it's got 5 M.2s. It's got a ton of USB-A. Now that I look at it, I wish it had like one USB-C, like 10 gig USB-C on here instead of all these type A. But man, yeah, that's it's fully loaded back. And then it has the 5th M.2 on there. Yeah, this is still a really good motherboard. Tomahawk is a little bit less. Tomahawk doesn't have a backplate. The Nova does have a backplate. Like, so basically the difference between these two, $260, $280. For $20, you're getting a backplate. That's the main difference. I mean, I think the MSI has more. Yeah, MSI has that 10 gig USB-C that I wish the Nova had. But that's basically it. It's like you're trading a 10 gig for a backplate, essentially, or 10 gig USB-C. So I don't know. The Nova's going to have a sturdier build because of that backplate, reinforcing it. Yeah, that's good, man. I mean, I paid $350 when I got mine. Like, I think I got mine in December last year. Yeah, this is good. What else do they have here? Well, let me see the Intel ones. Z890. Intel motherboards. Hold on. Let's go to... Intel motherboards. Okay. See, so the challenge with Intel, the thing that makes Intel shopping like harder than AMD shopping is because Intel, okay, they have two chipsets like AMD. AMD has the whole like X870 and B850. Intel has Z890 and B860. But B860 is so utter garbage that you never hear anyone ever talk about it. The fact that B850 is still mentioned means that it's actually workable. B860 is just so utter garbage. You can't overclock. Like, you literally can't overclock at all on B8, like B860. Intel's lower end chipset locks down the functionality so much that it's just like, it's meant for like, a grandma PC or whatever. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Like B860, I don't know who that's for. It's definitely not for gamers. It's definitely not for, I don't know, or maybe it's for people who you don't want them messing with the BIOS. But I don't know. Let's look at the Z890. Lowest price. What do we got? Oh, okay. Yeah, this is my other point that I was going to make, though. So forget about B860 for a second. So the challenge with Intel, shopping for an Intel motherboard requires a bit more work than an AMD motherboard. Because Intel Z890 has an enormous price range. Like, the price range goes all the way, as you can see here, sub 200, all the way to like $1,000 plus. Like, so you can go sub 200 or over 1,000 on Z890. This is the challenge with shopping for an Intel motherboard. So with Intel, what I would do, I mean, you can apply the same logic to shopping for an AMD motherboard. Basically, with Intel, you gotta break it up into price points, like price brackets. Like, are you gonna buy a $200 motherboard, a $500 motherboard, or a $350 motherboard, or a $700 motherboard, or a $1,000 motherboard? We've talked about this on a previous episode of Tech Thursdays, where motherboard manufacturers have basically, they've kind of categorized their motherboards around certain price tiers. So you have your sub 200, which is basically B850. But if you're on Intel, like, no one buys B860. Like, no one does that. So it's like Z890 or nothing. So there's some Z890s that actually go sub 200. So the reason why I don't like those is because though you're not paying for all the features, it's almost like a licensing business model. You know what I mean? In the sense that it's like buying a Tesla and then not paying for the license subscription or whatever. It's like you're buying a Z890, which is capable of so many things, but because you're going to pay less than $200, they're going to take away a lot of those things, and you're just not going to have access to those things. They're literally not going to solder any of that stuff on the motherboard. So that's kind of how shopping for an Intel motherboard is. It's like you're choosing a certain price tier, even though it's the same chipset, and the chipset is just as capable on any of the motherboards. It's just you're only going to pay $200, so you're not going to get, you're not going to get this feature. You're not going to get like dual GPUs. You're not going to get like a certain SSD count. There's stuff like that. That's how they do their thing on the Intel platform. So it makes it harder because, like, if I want to buy an Intel motherboard, there are certain minimum requirements that I have. One of those requirements is Thunderbolt 4, which is basically USB 4. So like I said earlier, I require USB 4 minimum on an AMD board, which means I'm automatically ruling out B850 just right there. That starts me at the $200 price point or above. Intel, same deal. I gotta have USB 4. On Intel, it's called Thunderbolt 4. So same deal. Like, I gotta have Thunderbolt 4, and if the motherboard doesn't have Thunderbolt 4, I'm not getting it. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. Okay, Thunderbolt 4, and it's sub 200, so that's pretty good. And this is, of course, it's going to be an ASRock board because it's priced so low and it has all this stuff. 2.5 gig LAN. No clear CMOS button. No postcode debug. One SSD doesn't have a heatsink. So, you know, there's all kinds of like compromises that you're making when you're like under this $200 category. And I hate to say it, but it's kind of like, in my mind, 200 to 300 is kind of what I consider entry level in 2025 for buying a motherboard. It sounds harsh to say that because I don't like thinking about that, because I remember in 2013 or 2012 or whatever, I bought a flagship, the Crosshair 5. Crosshair 5. Where is that motherboard? ROG Crosshair 5 Formula Z. Well, they don't have a picture of it. Anyway, I remember buying this motherboard in like, I think I bought it in 2013. Yeah, 2013. This was the most expensive ASUS flagship Crosshair Formula motherboard that you could get. This is the equivalent to a Hero today. 240 bucks. 240 bucks for what is today a $700 motherboard. So it's crazy to think that back then 200, 250 was the maximum you could spend on a motherboard to get the highest end board. Now the entry level baseline is kind of like $200, right around that $200 price point. It's insane to think about that, how the industry has changed over like a decade. Like, what is that, like 12 years? That's crazy. But yeah, now if you're spending like this, it's like, okay, and that motherboard had postcode debug, everything, all that stuff. This, no postcode debug. You know, like, wow. What is this for? Is this for like crypto mining or something? Like, what are they gonna do? Install risers on all those PCIe slots? Like, I don't know, because it's like if you start looking at the, hold on, are there good deals on Z890? Z890 Hero? How much is Z890 Hero? Dang. Oh, man. Wow, that's a good deal. Wow, that is $300 off. The official price of this is $700. It's the same as the Crosshair Hero. Dude. Wow, man. They are desperate to sell these Intel. No one's buying these Intel CPUs. That's the only reason. That's the only reason why they're priced that low. Like, what's okay? This is either an insanely good Black Friday deal, or no one's buying Intel CPUs on desktop right now, because that's insane. How much is the AMD one? X870E Hero. Dang, this was not on sale. What? What? Oh, man, the Intel one is $300 off. Complete with backplate, everything. This one, you're buying the perpetual license. You know what I'm saying? You're getting all the features. You're getting all the features except Thunderbolt 5. You're getting all, but you can add Thunderbolt 5 for a $100-ish license fee buying this card, like we showed in my YouTube video. Because this is the computer that is physically right behind me, and it has the Thunderbolt 5 card down there in that bottom X4 slot. We might do a video. We're going to do some videos on this Intel platform real soon, so stay tuned for that if you want to see more about Intel. But my goodness, that's hilarious. What is this? Dude, that's $300 off. Wow, the AMD one. The one big difference between the Intel and the AMD one can run dual RTX 5090s because you have your dual Gen 5 X8 slots. The Intel version has an X16 and a chipset X4 slot at the bottom, which is meant for adding the Thunderbolt 5 add-in card. So you can't actually do, I mean, technically you could install a second 5090 in the bottom slot, but you're only going to be running through the chipset 4 lanes of Gen 4. So you're going to be severely bandwidth limited. You'll basically be getting like Oculink 4-lane speeds on that 5090. It'll basically be treating your GPU like it was an eGPU. So it's kind of lame in that regard. The AMD version doesn't have the ability to add that Thunderbolt 5 because there's no dedicated X4 down there. And AMD doesn't include the header at the bottom there. But you can run a second 5090 in there. No problem. Gen 5 8 lanes. So that's the biggest difference between the Crosshair Hero and the Maximus Hero. Otherwise, they're functionally equivalent. You never liked how Intel handled their... Yeah, one thing, Intel has some weird bandwidth things going on, because technically Intel has better bandwidth through the chipset compared to AMD's chipset. And Intel's not doing daisy chaining the way AMD is with X870E. But for some reason, Intel doesn't run any of their USB interfaces through the CPU itself. They run all of them through the chipset. This is also true on their mobile platform. Well, actually, that's not true. So Arrow Lake Mobile has a dedicated chipset, and then it has a dedicated CPU. The desktop Arrow Lake, everything goes through the chipset except for the graphics card slot and 2 of the NVMe drives. 1 Gen 5 NVMe and 1 Gen 4 NVMe. So Arrow Lake is a very interesting platform. I feel like it got a bad rap because of people talking about like gaming performance or whatever being bad. It's not that bad, guys. Like it's basically the same as like a non-X3D Zen 5. Like it's not that bad. It's just X3D is like way better. I mean, that's the only, like I told you guys, it's like, this is Arrow Lake, to use a DBZ analogy, Arrow Lake is Majin Vegeta in the Buu Saga, and Ryzen 9000 is basically Goku Super Saiyan 2, and Ryzen 9000 X3D is Goku Super Saiyan 3. That's the difference. So, meaning, Intel and AMD can literally fight on equal footing, like 9950X versus Core Ultra 285K. They're basically the same. They game with the same frame rates. So, that's like Goku Super Saiyan 2 versus Majin Vegeta Super Saiyan 2 in the Buu Saga. So you can tell they're on equal footing. But obviously, you know, AMD has the Super Saiyan 3 technique and can go X3D, and then that kind of like makes this irrelevant, that comparison. But, you know, it's not awful. It's not awful. So it has some cool things. I mean, I feel like I'm the only one that has been advocating for Intel on the platform side. I feel like no one else has been bringing up the fact that Intel has things today that you can't get on AMD. You can't do Thunderbolt 5 on AMD today. You will with Zen 6, but you can't do it today. You can do it on Arrow Lake. You got to pay the license fee to buy the extra add-on card for like $130 from ASUS if you want Thunderbolt 5 on your ROG Maximus Hero, but you can get it. I mean, I'm running it myself, so I know how it works. So you got Thunderbolt 5. You have Thunderbolt 5 optional, I should say. It's not guaranteed. It's optional if you pay that license fee. Thunderbolt 5, you know what I'm saying? So it's there. You can't do it on AMD. And you get CUDIM, clock driver. So all that CAM2 stuff that everyone keeps talking about, Intel has that CAM2, aka clock driver, CUDIMs on DDR5. So you can run. I'm running CUDIM on my Intel platform. So 4 sticks, works great. Clock drivers. So, yeah. So platform-wise, compared to Raptor Lake, though, man, Arrow Lake is so much better than Raptor Lake. I would never buy 14900K in 2025, soon to be 2026. It'll feel so last gen. You know, like, it might game the same as Arrow Lake and AMD without X3D. It might even be a little bit faster, which is unperceivable, but it's a little bit faster. while blasting power. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it feels so last gen. Like I would not buy it. Like I would get Arrow Lake if I was a diehard Intel. I would be getting I'd be getting this $400 Maximus Hero. That's where it's at. Oh, you want to see what the CUDIM is? Let's look at CUDIM, guys. Let's look it up. Micro Center's got it. Micro Center's got everything you need. Let's get some CUDIMs. Let's look at CUDIMs. I'll teach you how to find CUDIMs on Micro Center. You click on 48 gigabytes, and here's some CUDIMs. All these Corsair Vengeance that have this shiny chrome look, those are all CUDIMs. These are the Corsair CUDIM. Right here, CUDIMs. Those are CUDIMs. CUDIM, right there, 48 gigs. $500. $500 for 48 gigabytes. DDR5 8800. Now, granted, 8800 is fast, but it's not $500 worth fast. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. Nah. I ain't spending $500 on that. No way. No way. You want to know how much this costs like 2 months ago? Because I was watching it. You know how much this cost? Guess how much this cost 2 months ago, guys. Guess how much this cost 2 months ago. Back in what? August. No, Madison, it was more than that. No, Steven, it was more than 200. It was more than 200, guys. No, dude, God, what are you guys? Are you guys crazy? $230 for 8800 DDR5? No. No, this was like $330 or $310. It was often on sale for like 309 to 329. So it's up to 500. So it's still a massive hike. You know what I'm saying? This is like around 300 something dollars 2 months ago. CUDIM. It's got that CUDIM in there. Intel XMP ready. But I'm saying, like, see, it's like I got my shiny CUDIMs. I got my chrome CUDIMs. I'm running that in my 285K with my $400 Crosshair Hero. You know? It's like, can't do that on AMD. Can't do that on AMD. Even though it doesn't make any difference. So you know what I'm saying? Like, it's cool. I gotta give Intel credit where credit's due, though. Intel is ahead in terms of technology. They're not ahead in performance, but they're ahead in terms of just straight out technology. So it's like CUDIM, check mark. Thunderbolt 5, optional, check mark. Integrated Thunderbolt 4, check mark. You know, Intel's got the check marks. You know, Intel knows how to play that game. Let's check the boxes. Check the boxes. You got this thing. It's like, okay, you know, like Intel's got it, guys, when it comes to the features. Regardless of whether the features actually mean anything, you know, that's a completely different argument. But it's got the check boxes. It's like you got to go through life and get the check boxes. Okay. This checkbox, that checkbox, CUDIM checkbox, TB5, TB4, you know, Gen 5 SSD, guaranteed, no lane sharing. Like Intel's got the checkboxes with their Z890. So Z890 is it's a nice platform. It's a nice platform. However, it's hard to recommend. It's hard to recommend because the state of Intel's desktop platform is kind of... We know that there's going to be a Nova Lake at some point. What we don't know is... Well, we kind of know that it's going to be on a different socket. So what that means is if somebody buys... Forget about the memory for a second. Like, if somebody buys if someone wants to take advantage of this really good deal and save $300 on a super high-end ROG Maximus Hero, because this is a really good deal. I'll be honest with you, this is a pretty good deal. This motherboard has asynchronous E-clocks and all that stuff. Nitro path, all that good stuff, QDIMM support, all the good things. You can add Thunderbolt 5 down there if you want. It has the dual Thunderbolt 4 on the back, so it's basically equal to the USB 4 on the AMD. Yeah, it's good. So, and I'm gonna do a video about this real soon on Maximus, but it's gonna be a very interesting video because I found some very, very interesting stuff regarding Barlow Ridge versus integrated Thunderbolt 4 ports, and Strix points in there too, and so is gonna be AMD stuff. But yeah, it's a very interesting thing I'm working on. But what I can say is if someone wants to buy this and they're like, oh man, it's a really good deal, I'm just gonna buy this. I don't want to spend $700 on the AMD one. It's like, I just want to save money and buy the Intel one and be done with it. You know, regardless of what social influencers say, regardless of what reviewers say, I'm just going to get Intel, you know. So, like, if someone has that mentality, what are they going to do next year?
So when are we going to talk about the big elephant in the room, aka Steam Machine, aka Gabe Cube?
Steam Machine. I wasn't planning on talking about that. We can talk about that if you guys want to talk about that. I kind of alluded to this on a previous live stream. Well, I don't think you were there. It was one of the gaming live streams. As far as I'm concerned, Steam, so the concept of the Steam box with SteamOS is a thing that has existed for about 10 years. If I remember correctly, it was maybe 2016, 2015. Steam released the SteamOS, which is their Linux distro. No, it's not really a Linux distro that's specific to Steam. But basically, they released their own version where you could literally build your own, what they called back then, the Steam box. And that was the thing you could do, like, almost a decade ago, if I'm remembering things correctly. And you could go that route. You could go Linux, you could game, if you knew what you were doing, you could install it on your own hardware. It was bare metal, you know, like, it's not like you're installing it in a VM or anything. And it worked. So now what Steam is doing, I guess because they never had anyone really adopt that structure, like no one really, it didn't really catch on. So now, you know, they released the Steam Deck a number of years ago now, a few years ago, and that was successful. So I guess Steam realized if we have our own dedicated platform, like our own console essentially, people actually are more likely to buy into the ecosystem from a platform standpoint versus if we try to say, here's our OS, go download it and go install it on your own hardware. You know, that didn't really work out. They thought it would work out and it didn't, and they were very surprised that they didn't have a lot of adoption with that platform. So it's, I don't know, like, I mean, what do you guys want to, we can talk about it. I can totally talk about that. Let me see. Let's go to Tech Power because I think they talked about Steambox. Somebody did. I know WCCF Tech did. I know I saw like an article on it the other day. Hold on. Why is this so big? Steam Machine. Yeah, right here. Okay, so Valve finally has revealed the Steam Machine. So that looks like a micro SD card slot. I almost thought that was Oculink for a second. Alright, so the back of it has the fan. It has an RJ45. It has what could be a USB 4 port. Is that USB 4? I hope it's USB 4. But it might not be. I don't know. And then there's no symbol. They're going for that clean look. I kind of would prefer to have the labels to tell me what these are. Like, because now I'm kind of guessing. Is that a 2.5 gig? Or is that a 1 gig? Or like, what is that? And then there's the power cable. There's an HDMI, a display port. I don't know what they are. Is that display port 1.4? HDMI 2.0? Is this USB 3, USB 2, USB 3.2 Gen 1, USB 3.2 Gen 2, USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2? And probably not because Type A. What about this thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish they had labeled those. This looks like a MetaQuest. Really, really good. It's Valve's, so it's probably better. But I don't know. Meta Quest 3 is probably, it's kind of like the gold standard for VR headsets these days. So it's got the outside-in tracking. The Steam controller looks really interesting. The nice thing about this is the dual touchpad. This I could see being very good. I was talking about this yesterday. I don't think you were watching the stream yesterday, but we did mention like DualSense. The DualSense controller does have a touchpad. It has one. And I remember I was telling people like you can type on this with your thumbs, but it's kind of hard when you're using two thumbs versus like using one finger or one thumb. I feel like the touchpad on here might be better because there's two of them, so one per thumb or whatever. So who knows? And I kind of wonder why. Like I remember when there was an Xbox 360 add-on back in the day where you could plug in a full-on keyboard, like a mini keyboard. You know how there used to be those Android phones that had you flip them up and there's a keyboard, like an actual keyboard underneath the screen of the phone. You guys remember those? Like the Droid, the Motorola Droid and the Droid 2, those type of smartphones. What I don't understand is why is it that no one has developed like an actual keyboard layout on the bottom half of this off of a game controller? Because I feel like that would work. People would just text on the keyboard using their thumbs like on a phone, except it would be a full size, or not full size, it would be a keyboard with all the your WASD keys, you know, like your QWERTY keyboard and stuff. So I mean it looks cool. It's got a lot of buttons, I'll tell you that. So let's see what we get, what's in here. So 512 and 2 terabyte SSD models. Micro SD card expansion. It pairs a semi-custom Zen 4 CPU with RDNA 4 graphics to achieve supposed 4K gaming at 60 with ray tracing and FSR support. Being semi-custom, it might be closer to the RDNA 3 or 3.5. DisplayPort 1.4. Okay, I guessed it, and I guessed right. And HDMI 2.0, I mean, I literally guessed those two, and I got them right. Complemented by Ethernet. Is that 1 gig Ethernet? USB-C 10 gig. So no USB 4. And 4 USB-A. I mean, I guess for this type of device, it doesn't really need USB 4. But here's the thing about USB 4. If you wanted to expand the storage on this, you could literally use a USB 4 docking station to add additional M.2, external M.2 drives over USB 4. That is one example where USB 4 will be very beneficial. Yes, you can technically do that with a 10 gigabit USB-C, but the bandwidth is going to be way more limited. For USB, it's not going to be fast. It's just not going to be fast. Versus 40 gigabit USB 4. Running SteamOS, rapid, okay. 16 gig DDR5, 8 with 8 gig VRAM. 8 gig VRAM ain't gonna do no 4K 240. I'm telling you, just straight up. Like, that's not happening. That's not happening on 8 gigs of VRAM. That's a no-go. So, I mean, they're either going to be doing copious amounts of FSR upscaling, or I don't know what's going to happen there. Next, we have Valve, Steam Frame, Second VR. I mean, like I said on yesterday's stream, I'm trying to figure out, who is this for? Like, who is the intended user of this? Because the VR, like, the VR elitists are using, like, Pimax displays, headsets for their like, 8K VR, you know, with 5090, whatever, like, flight simulator setup. or their racing simulator stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like this, I don't know who this is for. This is not for the Nintendo people, I can tell you that. Like the Switch 2 guys, this is not for them. Like they're not gonna buy this. Like I'm trying to figure out who is the intended user. Do you really think the PlayStation 5 people are gonna want one of these? I don't know. I don't think so. As a PlayStation 5 owner myself, like I would just game on the PC if I wanted to play Steam. Like I don't know. It's hard for me to figure out who is this actually for. This is why I'm saying the reason why the Steam box didn't work 10 years ago, back then there was no platform, like there was no like ecosystem outside of Steam on Windows. Now they're trying to extend what they've done with Steam Deck to the home theater environment. That's what it looks like to me with the VR headset and everything. I just don't know if this is going to work. Like, I feel like VR is not dead, but VR has kind of consolidated into two different groups. There's the super high-end, like the people I just described, the Pimax, VR enthusiasts who have like racing simulator setups and they use their VR for racing games like Forza, whatever, the racing simulator things, or they're doing Microsoft Flight Simulator and they're using VR for that. Like that's one group of VR audience or VR consumer, and then the other type are the people who would just go buy like a Meta Quest 3 and just use that casual VR, you know, like gimmicky VR. You know what I'm saying? Like, or they're doing like Beat Saber, like they're working out, they're doing like a workout, they're doing cardio with their Meta Quest 3. Like that's the other category of VR. There's like I don't even know what you call those people. But even I fall into that category because I literally like Beat Saber is the only game that I've played in VR in the last like 2 years. I'm just saying, like I'm keeping it real. Like I haven't played a VR game outside of Beat Saber in like 2 years. It's crazy. So it's like there's that type of people, the casual VR, which would just buy like a Meta Quest or something and go wireless, or there's your like Pimax, super elite, high-end simulator type VR stuff that I don't do. That requires so much room space and everything. Like, I don't know, man. This looks more like it's aiming for the Meta Quest 3 crowd. Which is great. I mean, but like, I don't know. Like, who is this for? Is this for Mark Zuckerberg? Would he put this in his living room? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe he would. But he has his own thing. He would do Meta. So no, he wouldn't do that. He'd do Meta, man. He's not gonna use Valve. Like, who's gonna use this? Like, I don't know who this is for. VR is the only one. Wait, VR is the only one you've ever considered. Though that VR is the only one you considered because of the wireless streaming. You won't be tethered by wires? I mean, I use a wired VR headset. I use the PlayStation VR 2 with PC. I mean, I have a whole video on how to set that up. And I've never had a problem with wired. And I'm playing Beat Saber with a wired PSVR 2 headset on Steam. And it works. It's great. There's never a problem with tracking. There's never a problem with latency. Because you're wired. It's the lowest latency. It's the highest resolution. You know, there's none of this, what do you call it, encoding, compression. With wireless, there's always encoding compression. With wired, you don't have any of that because it's just straight wired from the display port. It comes with a dedicated router. I mean, it looks... Pancake lenses are good. I've never used the Meta Quest 3, so I don't actually know how pancake lenses are. I've always used OLED-based displays, like on PlayStation VR 2. So I have 3 VR headsets, but I've got here. Great question, HTZ. Like that you changed the subject to VR. I was not expecting to talk about VR. I know it was originally about Steam, or the Steam machine, but now we're talking about VR. So I have my first VR headset was the Oculus Rift. Is that right? Yeah. Oculus Rift. So I've got the Oculus Rift. I still have it. It works fine. The speakers on it, the built-in ones, they still work. They're really, really good. They have really good bass. It's just low resolution. It's very outdated. So I got this. I've had this since 2018. Now I know it launched, I want to say sometime in 2015 or 2016. I can't remember. But I got mine in 2018 toward the end of its lifespan. So I've had an Oculus Rift since 2018. That was my first VR headset. My second VR headset, which I barely ended up using, is PlayStation VR. Yes, the original PlayStation VR. The one that came out at the end of 2016 with the PS4 Pro. So I do have a PlayStation VR, and I barely used it. It has some interesting games, like the From Software game called Derasine from Software, guys, for real. Like the guys who make Dark Souls, Elden Ring, these guys, I don't know, man. They're like, let's make a VR game. Guess what? Their VR game is a PlayStation exclusive, and it's actually really good. Like, for real. Like, From Software has yet to disappoint me. Like, that game developer is, like, that company is so good. Like, they haven't done any game that's, like, has ever flopped, as far as I'm concerned. Their one VR game is a PlayStation VR exclusive, and it's actually really good. It's called Derasine. So that's, like, one game that I played with PlayStation VR. Resident Evil, so, like, okay, like, with these games, Resident Evil 7 can be played in VR. It is terrifying. This game is so scary to play in VR. For real. Like, dude, these type of games are the type of games that I feel like VR is made for. Like, horror games, like, survival thriller type games in VR. Oh, man. If you have blood pressure problems, do not play a game like Resident Evil with a VR headset. Like, that's like heart attack inducing levels of anxiety right there. That's really, really bad. But it's awesome. So the other one was, I can't remember how to spell it. Derasine or something. It's like some weird name. It's from Software, guys. It's really good. It's point click style, moving around, but it is good. These guys are good. So PlayStation VR, I barely used it, but it had some really hidden gems, that were exclusive to PlayStation 4. But never play Resident Evil 7 on VR, man. Oh, man. Dude, that crazy family coming after you and falling through the boards and stuff. And then the creepy molded things coming up and coming around the corner in your face and stuff. Oh, man. Do not play this game in VR, dude. Whoa. I was like, man, can they bring this to PC? Because this on like a Pimax would be exquisite experience right there. But anyway, Derasine was really good. I'm trying to think what else was PlayStation VR. Really, with this one, the only game that I really played is Beat Saber. I played some other rhythm games. I can't remember, like audio something where you like use shields to like deflect or punch and attack. Like, basically, my VR experience on PC has always been like the action, like cardio style, like a lot of like moving, reacting type games, like Beat Saber, like rhythm music games. That's typically what I play on the Oculus Rift. And today, like if I go and use VR, that's literally all I do with VR. And then PlayStation VR, I haven't touched PlayStation VR in, I don't even know where my VR headset is. Like, I know I still have it. It's in some storage. I don't know where it is. Like, the PlayStation Move, you had to use, remember they repurposed the PlayStation Move controllers from like 2011 or whatever? Yeah, so, that was kind of it. And then I did get the Oculus Rift S, and I think when did I get that? I don't even remember. I think I got it in like 2019 or something. So I had the Oculus Rift S, which was a partnership between Lenovo and Oculus, and it was the nice thing about this one. The resolution is better than the original, except this one doesn't have the really good built-in speakers that the original Rift came with. So I barely used Oculus Rift S. Oculus Rift S is the one that I ended up donating to like a family member at some point. I just gave them the Rift S because like, man, I'm never going to use this. It's like, it's not as comfortable to wear as the original Rift or the PlayStation VR, although it was similar to the PlayStation VR. It didn't have good speakers. I found myself wanting to have to wear like headphones with it instead of use the built-in speakers, which were over the ear, which were not good. So yeah, the Rift S, and then the last most recent one that I have, and this is the one I actually still use, is the PlayStation VR 2. And the PlayStation VR 2 is nice because you can use it with PC, which is what I do, or you can use it with the PlayStation 5. And unfortunately, most of the PlayStation VR games like these don't work with PlayStation VR 2, which is really kind of lame. I mean, I understand why, because it's super different. This is using like inside-out tracking and all the fancy new stuff, whereas this one was camera-based tracking and it was slow. The fact that they got this working on the PlayStation 4 is kind of amazing, to be honest. But VR2, like this one, I basically use it on PC. There's a whole YouTube video how I set this up without having to buy the adapter, because you have to buy the adapter for DisplayPort if you want to plug it into a PC. But the trick is to use either a 6800 or I guess RX 6800, 6800 XT, or 6900 XT, or 6950 XT reference AMD card. So any of the reference AMD RDNA 2 GPUs can allow you to connect the PSVR 2 directly into the USB-C port on these GPUs, and they will work. I have an entire video on my YouTube channel that shows how to get this working without having to buy the adapter. But most people are going to want to buy the adapter anyway, so they can use it with any GPU, especially if you want to use it with an NVIDIA GPU. And then alternatively, RX 7900 XT and 7900 XTX reference AMD cards, also known as made by AMD. So if you have an AMD reference GPU, you can plug a PlayStation VR 2's USB-C directly into the USB-C port on any of these GPUs, and it will work plug and play. Very easy to set up. You plug it in, you download the PlayStation VR app off of Steam, you install it. It takes like 5 minutes to do the installation setup, and you got to do like another 5 minutes to do the whole like demo and calibrate everything in the room and room scale, all that stuff. Very, very good. So this is my current like VR thing. Like, I don't actually use any of these anymore. I don't even have this one anymore. But like, this is somewhere. I know I have it just because. And then I know where this is, but I haven't used this in like, it's probably covered in dust, man. Like the original Oculus Rift. It's probably up on like a bookshelf somewhere. But yeah. The new Quest is very comfortable and the sound is crazy good. Yeah, I kept thinking of getting the Meta Quest 3, but I don't do enough with VR to justify the purchase. Like, I mean, I just use VR 2. PSVR 2 is good. I mean, it works great with Steam. It works great with the Steam VR, I'll tell you that. This is like a first-class experience in Steam VR. And the OLED screen, the color accuracy on the VR2 headset is very good. I mean, there's pros and cons. I mean, like pancake lenses, I've heard are very, very good. They're anti-screen door effect or something like that. I have to go and do more research on it if I'm really going to look into VR again. But anyway, yeah, that was an interesting trip down memory lane. But yeah, that's basically VR. So VR, in my mind, is not dead. It's consolidated into its niche, and it's gonna remain there. You know, like I don't see it doing... So basically, back to what we're talking about with Steam Machine, I don't see the Steam Machine... I question, who is this for? And the reason why that's a very important question that needs to be answered is because if they want to sell this, if they want to actually have any sort of significant market share gain in the console space, I don't know what their usability, their case study on like who's the target demographic, what's the TAM size, because everything that I've seen points to the console market shrinking. Like the console market has been shrinking every year for the past like what, 5-6 years. Basically, since this decade started, since the pandemic, the console market has been shrinking. So I don't know why Steam is making this product, unless, I mean, it's good that they're doing it because it means that it could breathe new life into the traditional console market. And if anything, I think Sony should be, well, Sony is kind of touting the idea of moving more toward the PC. Microsoft, we already know what they're doing. They're kind of out of the console. Well, no, they're not, but they're kind of all over the place at this point. Steam is kind of going in the opposite direction. So I see the other two moving more toward the PC ecosystem and trying to branch out with handhelds. Microsoft with the Xbox Ally X. The PlayStation is making a handheld. So Steam has Steam Deck, so they already have the handheld. And now they're doing the big box console thing. So really, real interesting, though. When is this supposed to come out? Do they say? You can't order one of these. Oh, early 2026. Okay. So, February, probably. Well, if you have an extra PC, you can already set up the Steam machine. You can build your own. I mean, you could do it 10 years ago. If I wanted to do that, I'd take one of my old computers and just turn it into one of those. This would be a good use case for like an old PC that you can't officially run Windows 11 on. Alright, anyway. Oh wow, we've been live for like almost 4.5 hours. Alright guys, well I guess with that, we're kind of at the end of the stream. I don't know what we were talking about with motherboards. Well, basically we're talking about like Intel and AMD motherboards in the holiday season. If you're shopping, like this is cool, but we're not going to see more of this until next year. There may be some preview stuff at CES, and then it'll launch probably in February, I would guess. So they say early 2026 probably means February, like early February, for the actual, when they ship orders out. But yeah, that's cool. I mean, if you're building a PC this holiday season, you're gonna be spending a lot on RAM if you don't already have DDR5. So if you're someone who's like on an old Intel or AMD Ryzen DDR4 and you want to go to DDR5, I don't know what to tell you, because right now, if your current PC is okay, like if you can live with it for another year, I would probably tell you to just wait for a few months rather than upgrade now, because memory is expensive right now. SSDs are expensive and they're getting more expensive. So don't expect to find any Black Friday deals for SSDs and RAM. However, there are probably going to be good deals like this motherboard, for instance. This is a really good example of a really good deal. So you might be able to save money on other parts of a build. Just keep that in mind if you're someone who's building a PC this holiday season. You'll probably be finding good deals on cases, motherboards, basically anything that doesn't have memory chips. So not GPUs. GPUs are gonna be expensive. RAM, SSD, SATA drives like old school spindle hard drives might be affordable. I don't know. There might be some good deals for NAS, for cheap NAS storage. So just kind of have to work around it. You got to buy what's in season. And it seems like right now, everything except memory and NAND and GPUs are in season. So You can do a platform upgrade, but personally, I would have upgraded last year. That's why it took me so long to get to covering these new motherboards, because I didn't really know, like, who's paying attention to these. But these are cool motherboards, so they're worth talking about. You're losing your Black Friday saving due to the RAM and SSD. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. So it's like if someone is upgrading and they have to buy DDR5, they might be better off not upgrading for another year. I don't know. It really just depends on how old their computer is. Can they tolerate living for another year with their old computer? You know, that sounds so bad to say that, but that's just kind of the reality that we're living in right now, and it's going to be like that for who knows how long. They're saying that these memory shortages are going to last for 4 years. Well, okay, the shortage is not going to be 4 years, but the price hike, like the upper elevated pricing, average moving price of DDR5 is going to be relatively high for the next 4 years. To me, that sounds awful, because it took like 4 years for DDR5 to come down in price. So now it's going to trend up and then stay up and then take 4 years to come down again. You know what I mean? Like, wow. That's a feels bad. But that's what all the analysts are saying right now. So I keep hearing 4 years. And I'm like, where are they getting these numbers? It's like someone just looked at, when did DDR5 launch? Oh, with Intel's 12th gen back in the end of 2021. That was 4 years ago. So we might as well just guesstimate 4 years for this. Like, that's probably where that number is coming from. Who knows? I don't know where they're getting that number. But for the next 4 years, it's going to be like this. And DDR5 is going to be around through Zen 6 and probably Zen 7. And Intel's Nova Lake and Intel's whatever comes, Panther Lake or whatever that other stuff is that comes after that. So, yeah, it's not going away. So at some point, if someone's still on DDR4, they're going to have to buy DDR5. The good news is if you wait another year, most likely you're going to be able to get into a much newer platform, especially on the AMD side, that's probably going to have things like QDIMM support and all that kind of stuff that Intel has now. But Intel's Arrow Lake is not powerful enough to really take advantage of a lot of those things. That's often how it is with the first generation of new technology. Oftentimes, the first gen never manages to truly benefit from this newer technology. You look at 12th gen Intel and DDR5. 12th gen Intel DDR5 controllers were terrible. Like, they were just straight up awful. You know, like the official speed for Alder Lake Gen or DDR5 was 4800. Yes, 4800. If you dared to run over 4800 DDR5 and you're having problems, try to open a case with Intel, you know what they're going to tell you? Unsupport config, close the case. Go away. That's their response. So that was 12th gen. So that's what I mean. Here we are with Arrow Lake and QDIMM doesn't really, I mean, I have the QDIMMs. I can tell, it's like, it doesn't really do anything right now. Like, it's not, you're not magically increasing memory bandwidth. You're not really doing anything. So it's like, you have to wait a couple of generations to really see platforms that can benefit from these newer technologies. DDR6, no, well, maybe within the next 4 years, but you're not going to see it until, well, I'm not going to say. Yeah, no. What I'll say is this. Just because a new standard gets ratified and put out there in the industry, that doesn't mean that you're going to immediately see new products with that new standard. You know what I mean? There's a lag time. There's a lag time. So, for example, Thunderbolt 5. You know when Thunderbolt 5 first was announced and launched? When was Thunderbolt 5 announced? What year was Thunderbolt 5 announced? Who can tell me? Thunderbolt 5. What year? Because only now is it starting to show up. There's only now are we seeing Thunderbolt 5 docking stations in 2020 and end of 2025. But you know when it was announced? It was like toward the end of the pandemic. It was a long time ago. So just because something is announced and it's like, oh, this is a new standard, that doesn't mean like, oh, all of a sudden now there's gonna be DDR6 everywhere. You know, it's not how it works. There's always a lag time of many years. Yeah. Wi-Fi 7, most products still releasing, still use Wi-Fi 6E. Yeah. So that's another point. Like, every time a new standard comes out, it doesn't mean that, it's like all of a sudden we gotta go buy the new thing, right? Like, no, there's gonna be like years. Typically, there's a lag time of 24 to 36 months. So 2 to 3 years. Yeah, that sounds like a long time to wait. But you think about, okay, 3 years ago was the RTX 4090, the Ryzen 7000 series, the 13900K. That's 3 years ago. So 3 years from now, is DDR6 going to be around? I don't know. Maybe. Is it going to be way better than DDR5? Probably not, because DDR5 was not way better than DDR4 when it first came out. Is it going to be stupidly expensive? Absolutely. Look at what DDR5 was when it came out. DDR5 in 2021 was still way more than it is right now. Like, if you wanted to spend that $500 on that CUDIM, if you were trying to buy that CUDIM, which didn't technically exist, but if you wanted to buy that same RAM kit in 2021, you were spending $800 plus. You were spending about $900 on that memory kit 3 years ago. 4 years ago, because that was 2021. So think about that. So prices will go up, unfortunately, because of AI. And I feel like there's starting to be some AI fatigue in the market. There's going to be some consolidation, kind of like what we saw with VR. So you're going to have the winners and the losers. You're going to have like the games and the genres that turn into something that, like, flight simulators, driving simulators, and like rhythm games. Like, those are kind of like the two areas where VR kind of sustains itself. In some aspects, you're going to see the same thing with AI. So like chatbots, things that people use to brainstorm marketing campaigns, radiograph cancer research, that kind of thing, tumor recognition. Those are the sort of AI use cases that are probably going to stick around. Meeting summary, AI note-taking. Like, these are sort of things that self-driving cars can also be enhanced by AI. So AI is going to not go away. I just feel like the hype is going to die down, and the way that companies and individuals, basically large organizations and regular individuals, how they utilize AI is going to consolidate into certain categories, and that's just going to become the new standard. And that's basically how the AI thing is going to play out. And then you're going to have all these people that their business goes bankrupt because there's going to be too many businesses trying to sell the exact same service. They're all basically a copy of each other, and the ones who market themselves the best are going to be the ones that probably win, regardless of whether their product is actually better or worse than their competitors, and that's just how it's going to be. So that's what's going to happen to AI in the next, 2 to 3 years. And by that time, DDR5 will probably have fallen back down to the price that it was 2 months ago. AI is going to be in games, guys. Like, these Chinese games are already using AI to enhance the NPC chat dialogue in these games. Like, there are a couple of games coming out of China that have really interesting AI chatbots. We might take a look at one of those games. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. They're all free to play, so, yeah. There's not a lot of video game content right now, for me at least, because we're kind of waiting on Night Rain and Title Update 4. So basically, Night Rain and Monster Hunter. all of December, for those wondering, most of December is basically booked. My December game time for me is all booked. It's all taken up by Elden Ring. Yes, Elden Ring Night Rain, a game that people can't get enough of, apparently. Elden Ring Night Rain and Monster Hunter Wilds. Oh, yes. Elden Ring Night Rain and Monster Hunter Wilds. Those are like the only 2 games that I'm going to be playing in December. So that gives me this month to like play other things, I guess. Like, so we'll be looking at some different games probably this weekend. Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about voice acting. I'm talking about well, I guess Arc Raiders did it that way. But basically, they made it so that the AI dialogue or the NPC dialogue is dynamic. Like, it responds to what you're doing in the game. So that kind of thing. It's not just like some preset lines that the NPC will say. You know, it's interesting. Gagmazio. Yeah, Gagmazio, you're going to want a fire weapon and a dragon weapon. It's going to be kind of like Omega, where you got to do a weapon switch during the hunt. They're really trying to play up that dual weapons system that they introduced with this version of Monster Hunter. I don't know if I'm going to be playing Metroid Prime 4. It's on my list, but the problem is Night Rain's DLC is the same day as that game's launch, so I don't know. Anyway, guys, that's probably going to be it for this episode of Tech Thursdays. Use paralysis. No, you're just going to have to craft different the Arterian weapons. That's what I would do. Apparently, you need to farm up armor spheres, too. I don't really have that many armor spheres, so that's going to be problematic for me. But anyway, we'll figure that out next month. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this episode of Tech Thursdays. Thank you for tuning in. If you're new to the channel, we do these long-form live stream discussions where I typically pick a topic of the week. So this week was supposed to be Thunderbolt and USB 4 V2 Part 2, a continuation from a stream I did 4 weeks ago. But because there's so much hype around motherboards, because we're approaching Black Friday, I was like, well, we might want to talk about these motherboards because I didn't cover the new ones 3 weeks ago. We basically redid a whole discussion. I have to go back and even look what I even said in that stream because now that I think about it, I didn't cover any of these new motherboards. But I don't even know if you can buy these new motherboards. Some of these, like the Gigabyte X3D AI top, like you can't even get this from Micro Center right now. So anyway, if you're doing a PC build for the holiday season, for the Black Friday deals, you're going to try to save money on the motherboard and the case and things like that. You're not going to be able to save money on RAM and GPUs and SSDs because those are going up in price. So there's going to be no Black Friday deals for any of those 3 components. But there are going to be deals for motherboards, cases, probably keyboards, things, like monitors maybe, TVs, etc. So that is where you can look to save money during the holiday shopping season. That's where I would focus. Basically anything that doesn't rely on the DRAM chips. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this episode of Tech Thursdays. Thank you all for tuning in. And if you're going to be hanging around on the weekend live stream, we will be streaming some game. I don't know what yet. I haven't really decided what I'm going to stream this weekend. There will be a gaming-related stream for those that are into that. Otherwise, if I don't see you then, I will see you guys next Thursday on Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I will see you then. Thanks.